coming to an Apex LAN after watching the esport for a long time. It feels like maybe this is like, oh my God, good enough. I'm seeing this on TV. I got to show up here. A lot of European fans of ours, Pask, I got to shout you out as well. Makes every LAN, wasn't it this one? He saw the first 2 days, Barney, and he said, okay, is anyone selling finals tickets? Because this is too good to not watch.
Paris, so it gives like, it opens up to a lot more audience members that can come down and check it out. One of my personal favorites, I chatted to some of the dads. We've got Papa Jen here. We've got Papa Hackis here, Papa Unlucky. We got all the dads out. We're dads. We like to get into the crowd and chat with them. And you know what? A bit nervous right now. It's day 3 of the group stage and Alliance, they're slipping.
This is a scary one for me because there's a lot of emotion attached to some of our long-standing heroes in this scene. And to see somebody who you have respected so much, who the scene has respected so much, like Hockey's, show up the way that he did yesterday in the final interview, but also coming into today with the nerves kind of showing for the first time. It's like seeing your dad cry for the first time. You're like, this is this invincible superhero, and then all of a sudden, you're like, wait, he's a real person too, doing his best. I think that's kind of the transition we're going through, but it signals something important, Barney, which is with all the young gunners we're interviewing, the Sacreds, the Jellies, we are seeing this rise of Apex talent that is opening up what has been a pretty consistent top 5 performance team over the course of our history. So I think this is a tournament that's going to start the new era of Apex, to be fair.
Yeah, because something that we always like to talk about are these young guns coming through and making an impact. How do they fare on a live stage? How do they fare in an esports environment at a LAN? A lot of the time we talk about experience being the biggest struggle because you step out onto the stage, the lights hit your face, you've got all the pro players around you, it's intimidating. They're having interviews for the first time, and some of them struggle with that.
Some are struggling, and I gotta say, it's something that I struggle with watching, but it's a part of the maturing process because we are here to put on a show, and they are not used to that yet because so far their experience of playing Apex is, I'm playing this game to be good, to perform, and to win. But when you get to this level, like any professional athlete understands, you are also now a part of a performance. You are part of a greater stage where many people pay thousands of dollars to spend their hard-earned money supporting, traveling to see, and watching you. So that interview, it's important to get in your back pocket just to get more comfortable with it. But again, I'll give them some time. They are still young, a lot of them.
Yeah, we got to give them some time. At the end of the day, it's entertainment, baby.
Come on,
at the end
man.
of the day, isn't it? Right, we got more ALGS Split 1 playoffs coming up. But for now, that's me and Rain Day. Out here at the Esports World Cup, live from Paris.
Welcome back to the ALGS at EWC 26. I'm joined by none other than Girl and Glitter Explosion as well. But Girl, this is all about you. Please, welcome, first of all, to EWC. And for everybody that might not be familiar with you, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm an Apex content creator, ex-pro player. I was like one of the worst when I was pro.
Whoa. No.
Yes. But I tried and I love Apex and I've played Apex since day 1. So I really have a admiration for the pro players and what they do because they do a great job.
Okay, well, hey, since we're talking about the pro players, is there any out there that it's like your favorite pro players or your favorite team, especially with what's been going on today? We're going to have some teams going home, some teams going directly to the grand finals, and some teams going to survival.
I've been a part of the Apex scene for a long time, so I do have a lot of people that I'm rooting for, so I don't want to say any names. They know who they are. They know that they're my friends, so.
Okay, that's fine. You know, yeah. You're taking the high road on this one, which is completely fine. Now, how's your Paris day going so far? Have you been able to do anything or not yet?
No, I haven't been able to do anything yet. I have been enjoying speaking French.
Okay.
Yeah. I know a little bit of French because I'm Canadian, and I spoke a little bit of Arabic here too, so it's nice to leave the house and practice new languages and see a whole other culture.
Fancy.
Yeah.
How's your French, Glitter?
Très bien.
Très bien.
My French is awful. All I remember was practicing when I first got here. When I got lost in Paris, is Gemma Pale Set. And shout out to Penguin because he's the one that teach me that one. So you know what? How about we do this? How about you test our French? How would I say I love EW6? 26, I guess. Oh man. You know what? Let's remove the 26 for now because I don't want to complicate it too much. So how would I say I love EWC?
Are we testing your French, or should I answer that?
So what we're gonna do is
No.
you're gonna tell us how to say it. Glitter's gonna say it, then I'm gonna say it, and you're gonna rate our French.
Well, Glitter taught me this one earlier, but j'adore EWC.
Oh my god.
You guys were cheating?
Oh my god.
What? Okay, wait. How do you say it? How do you say it?
J'adore EWC.
That was so good.
Dang, that was good. Wait, say it one more time.
No, it's your turn now.
No. Say it one more time. I need to hear it.
J'adore EWC.
J'adore EWC. Merci. That's all.
And that's the extent of my French. That's it.
Okay, which one said it best? Nobody. Oh, okay.
Sorry, she said it too clean.
I was gonna say no bias, but that's fine. Now we have been having guests try to draw something.
I know what I want to draw.
What do you want to draw?
Pathfinder.
Ooh. Glitter, what do you want to draw?
Let's go with the Meta Seer.
Oh, nobody likes metas here.
Okay, so Seer and Pathfinder. We have a dilemma here because you guys are not agreeing. So I think we're gonna have to do rock, paper, scissors. Do you guys want best of 1 or best of 3 though?
Girl will decide.
Best of 1.
Best of 1?
Best of
Oh,
one?
Best of 3. Best of
Best of
3.
3. Okay. All right.
All right.
Because then we can like read each other's minds.
Okay.
Are you,
I like
are
this.
you guys doing rock, paper, scissors or rock, paper, scissors, shoot?
On shoot.
On shoot.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Count us in 7.
Oh gosh. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. There you go. Okay, 1-0.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh no.
Oh,
no.
1-1. 1-1. For everybody currently watching, by the way, let us know in the chat, who do you think is gonna win? Is it gonna be Girl or is it gonna be Glitter Explosion? Is it gonna be Seer or Pathfinder? Because we're gonna be rating
Pathfinder.
their drawings. Okay, the decider won. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh.
Okay,
Yay!
who is it that you want?
Pathfinder, please.
This is gonna be hard.
Okay. All right. So do this for me. You guys can put down your mics now, but you can take as much time. No, not really. I'm only gonna give you about a minute, and we can see what you guys are gonna be drawing. So Pathfinder timer starts now, and hopefully it's gonna be. Oh, dang! We have seen circles. We have seen stick figures. They're actually going in. This might be the toughest one. And for everybody currently watching at home, I know we have watch parties doing this, just watching everything that's going on here at LGS at EWC. Try to give us a drawing from your perspective too. Nice Wig. Let's see what you got, Nice Wig. Because I know I would be absolutely awful, and I'm glad I don't have to draw. How's your painting going so far, girl?
Not so good.
Okay, well, you only have about 15 seconds left. Glitter?
This is better than I thought it was going to be, but this is definitely still not going to get me past like 2nd grade art class.
Honestly, it's better than what I would do, and it's better than what most of the people watching would be able to do. I don't believe that. I think you guys could probably draw better. So if you can draw better, don't forget hashtag EWC, share it on social media. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to showcase your drawing and that's the timer. But Glitter, stop it. Put it down. Put it down. Don't show it yet.
I'm not sure.
Not yet. Don't show it yet. You guys can grab your mics now so you can also talk back with me. And since you won, I'm gonna let you decide, girl,
Yeah.
who you want to show the drawing first. Do you want to show your drawing first?
Honestly,
It's good.
Let's show
No
hers
spoiler
first.
alert.
Let's show hers first.
my first.
Okay, Glitter. Go
Okay,
for
ready?
it.
This is my Pathfinder.
I love
Oh.
yours so much.
Can we see
Wait.
it?
Can I erase
Hold on.
No,
Don't erase it. Don't erase it. All right. Let us know in the comments right now, chat. People that are currently watching, what do you rate Glitter's drawing? On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm gonna give yours a, because of the smiley face, I'll give you extra points too.
Thank you.
And he says hi friends too.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give you a solid 8.5.
Okay.
8.5 for
I'll
you.
take it.
Okay, girl, no pressure.
No pressure.
Let's see what yours is like.
I can't draw.
Yours is good too.
Wait, I think it's good. And wait, and we clearly had the same. We had the same idea.
And she put some French too.
Vive la France.
Bonus points for the French. I didn't have to
Extra.
do that.
Maybe I.
Extra bonus points. Honestly,
Maybe I get a 5 or a 6.
nah. Because of the French, I would personally give you a 9.
Wow, that's
right.
very generous.
Yeah.
And it's not like I'm being biased or
He's
anything.
definitely-
I'm mad that he didn't speak French as well as I did earlier.
And for everybody watching, now is your turn to let us know in the chat, what do you rate girls drawing? Because I can't wait to go back and see what those ratings are actually like. And before we actually let you go,
Yeah.
let us everybody know where they can find you.
I'm on Twitch usually at girl GUHRL. Same on YouTube, but it's like Hey Girl on Twitter and Instagram. Yeah.
Well, there you go. If you guys want to go check that out, make sure you do. And don't worry, a lot more ALGS at EWC 26 is coming up because we have some groups. We'll be finding out who's going to be going to the grand finals, who's going to be going to survival, and who's going to be going home. And hopefully it's none of your friends because I know you have a lot of friends. And we'll see what's going to happen here live from Paris.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, funny things happen when you're walking around an Apex Legends tournament. You see some familiar faces, and sometimes you see some familiar online names. This guy, he looked familiar. He was looking at me. I said, "Who are you?" He said, "I'm No. And I'm like, "Oh, No from HM. What's up, man? How you doing?"
I'm good. I'm having a lot of fun right now. It's right next to Belgium, so of course I came. I have to, even though we didn't qualify, very close, but I'm having fun.
I love your approach of saying, listen, we were 11th in the split. Only 8 teams from EMEA got to qualify. 12 got to qualify from North America. So it was admittedly much harder to make it here, but you guys were so close. You had a good split. This was only your second split of professional play in Apex. What have you learned so far after that journey of just finishing split 2, even though you didn't split 1, even though you didn't qualify?
I mean, you always have positive and negative things, but you have to always remember everything that went positive. And for me, it was just getting the confidence to keep playing the way I want to play.
Yeah.
And just knowing that me too, I can be on a big stage like this next split. And that's the most important thing to me.
Also, the nicest words regarding Belgium as a USA soccer fan have come out of this man's mouth. He was so apologetic. He was really, really nice to talk to after they beat us down in the first game. But, you know, we're going to save that topic for you guys in the chat. No. Having a look at this, we've seen a lot of great performance from EMEA. Elite Esports, you know, kind of henchmen. Talk to me about how those guys, you had to play against them a lot. Talk to me how good those guys are. And are they going to another level at LAN?
I definitely think they're going to another level at LAN. Those guys have been trying everything right now. During Pro League, they were doing all right, but not as expected. And right there, they're really showing up even more than expected. And I'm really wondering how it's going to go for finals, because they're already qualified now. So I really wonder how it's going to go.
Let's talk about that Alliance story really quickly, and NIP as well. You can look at maybe 4 or 5 of our #1 seeds, and they haven't shown up yet. What does that mean to you? Why do you think that's happening?
I mean, you qual to LAN, even if you qual to LAN as the 9th seed, you still qual to LAN and you deserve your spot here. I think this shows that every team here can fight with each other. You don't have anybody just over anybody, just like Elite. They weren't doing very good in Pro League, but they still qualified, and now they're just the best team overall. So I really think every team values each other as equal.
No, you are, what was it, 19? No,
18.
18 years old. Your second split in Pro League already. What does the future hold for No?
The future is keep pushing forward, and honestly, I'm very excited for next split, and I hope to be at Las Vegas to actually play and not be here in the stands with the fans, but play on stage and have fans screaming my name.
Well, we hope that happens as well for you. Thank you for taking the time. No from HM 11th. They were so close to being here. No's still here, and I guess he's the only Belgium I'm gonna hug this week. See you guys. Thanks, buddy. I know.
All right, now we've moved on over to stage 4. We're back with Trav, and it's time for yet another update on what you've got going on over here.
Yeah, it's been special today, I won't lie. The favourite coming into this competition has just been knocked out, completely out of the tournament, which is a big hit for Team Falcons.
Okay.
They've had 3 out of their 5 players already knocked out of Fatal Fury, which is massive. One has secured their place in day 3, and another one has still got to play today. Vitality, though, looking a lot better. They've come with a pair of twins who are both representing Team Vitality, which was a cool story in itself. One's managed to get through, and he was part of the people that knocked out that Team Falcons player as well. So they're having a big day for Vitality.
That's going to end up being very important when it comes to club championship stuff, because Vitality and Falcons are teams that we are looking at when it comes to the club championship. So interested to see how the rest of this plays out. Things are really heating up. Thank you for the update, Trev.
Massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for Apex North.
세븐데에 나왔을 때 그냥 이거는 하늘이 그쪽이 나도 그냥 이겼다라고 생각을 했습니다. 일단은 지역에서 첫 번째 우승팀에서 이제 이렇게 될 수 있었다는 게 되게 엄청 뭔가 영광이기도 했고.
And this is a moment they would have dreamed of. Put your hands together for your winners of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Reject Winnity.
되게 재능 있고 이제 훌륭한 선수들이었다고 생각을 했는데, 그러니까 개인적인 사정이라던가 그러니까 그런 것들로 인해서 흩어지게 됐을 때 좀 아무래도 좀 아쉬움도 좀 있었고요. 아무래도 이제 계속 경기를 하다 보면은 이제 좋은 결과가 나올 때도 있고 안 좋은 결과가 나올 때도 있지만은 저는 일단은 이제 결과도 중요하지만은 그 과정에서 되게 성장하고 이런 것도 중요하다고 생각하기 때문에 그런 부분에 있어서 이제 당장 좀 아쉬운 부분이 있었더라도 이거를 이제 발판 삼아서 더 나아지는데 이제 전념을 해서 계속 도전을 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon now going to have that southern side. They have the wall to work with here, but they don't want to push up too quickly. They want the other teams to fight first. Crazy Raccoon firing through the fences, hoping that they're not going to be stunned for long enough.
He's been able to IGL, take a trophy home, be the first one to ever do it with a full Korean team. For me, top 3. I think that's where he stands.
일단은 제가 생각했을 때는 일단은 객관적으로 일단은 지금 이제 엔터포스 로스터가 역대 한국 팀 중에 가장 강한 로스터라고 자신을 할 수 있고요. 저는 이제 굉장히 기대가 되고 또 좋은 결과를 가져올 수 있을 거라고 일단은 생각을 하고 있습니다.
With Sinup and Juzna, I think he could definitely do it again. I don't think this is his last chance. I still think he's got a run in him. He has that experience, and when it comes to being calm, cool, and collected, it's about the IGLs that know how to convert match point finals into the win.
일단은 이제 다들 이제 내성적이기 때문에 상준이랑은 몇 번 이제 같이 밥도 먹고 그랬었는데요. 교현이랑은 이제 연락은 거의 안 하는 것 같고 근데 이제 우승하게 된다면은 이제 좀 저를 보고 자극받아서 이제 또 한번 도전해보는 게 어떻냐 그런 어떤 생각이 나네요. 나는 그냥 재밌었으면 좋겠습니다. 이제 뭐 어떤 선수로서의 저 개인적인 어떤 커리어나 그런 것도 중요하지만은 이제 제가 경기를 하는 것이나 아니면 이제 스트리밍을 하는 거 있어서 그런 거 있어서 이제
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go! Tyler, why? You're done.
Our first series between groups B versus C is over. Did they do enough? Or are they gonna fall short? We've seen it so many times where a team is not able to qualify to the next stage or get eliminated by just 1 point, or sometimes it even comes down to just the tiebreaker. But for a lot of the squads, I mean, the biggest question mark, honestly, at the beginning of the day was NIP. Were they gonna be able to respond? And boy, Lace, did they respond?
They got the memo. You dropped it and they picked it up. It was honestly an exceptional performance from NIP. I did mention that, Olympus coming to this was their strongest map, and they did sort of showcase that, and they were able to get those points that they definitely needed to add to the tally. I do have to say, we've still got a fair few more games. Crazy going to see like the overall stats here, but look, they definitely did enough to be able to, cement themselves.
Yeah, 59 points. It's definitely going to give them some extra cushion. The other one, though, I mean, another question mark was Alliance. And with those 61 points, they're looking good too, Graceful.
They were so happy, and you could even hear it in the interview with Unlucky after. He's just so like, all the pressure has relieved. He's now here. I heard somebody scream as well, finally, Alliance is in Paris. And it is true, they have now landed. So I'm really happy to see it. I'm excited to see what's going to happen going forward. But as we also expected, I think that now that they've made it past this hinder, so to say, they should have a smooth sailing to finals, I am hoping.
Yeah, I think honestly these two teams that we talked about, I love that all of our predictions of talking about NIP and Alliance came true, where they were finally able to step it up. And unfortunately, you'd think if a team got first in their lobby and third in the lobby that they would be moving forward into the top 14. But they're only going to be looking back thinking we could have done more in days 1 and 2, which is going to frustrate them. But their objective was to make sure that they weren't going to be eliminated and that they were going to move forward. I don't think they were thinking, hey, let's focus on top 14. It was just, let's make sure we get on to the next day no matter what.
I mean, another team I really wanted to talk about and that I interviewed, Kirisame Havoc, one of the teams that is on the cusp. I believe he said that they were on 67, so might be safe, but honestly, it could go either way. It's been really competitive at that bottom cutoff for the moment. So hoping for him that he's probably eating and resting up right now. Hey man, enjoying some food and really holding his fingers for these next couple of matches.
Yeah, some of the other teams I was looking at, that JNG, RRQ as well, Snipe Down. I know earlier you were talking about RRQ while the whole crowd was going crazy. Well, luckily for us, now there's going to be different groups, so they don't gonna come in and start throwing stuff.
And I won't stir them up.
But there was something that you did want to watch, Lace, and it included...
was RRQ. We kind of wanted to keep like a little eye on them because they were 10th on the overall standings, and then they did drop to 11th, and then Team Falcons has taken over, and they only just got 17 points there. So it could have just knocked them out due to that play. So it's very close for them. So you want to keep an eye on RRQ because they did have it, and then unfortunately this group might have lost it.
See, I was thinking of a play that you really wanted to watch because it was none other than NIP versus Gen G, and I think we might have that play. And there you have it.
Here we go. This is one of the fights that we actually missed in our sort of match 5 when they were playing here. This was very important for Gen G to be able to capitalize on this fight. Obviously, with NIP sort of dominating this series, this group stage, this is something that if they could have taken out, NIP at this point would have probably pushed them a little bit more up. Obviously, Gen G only earned about 17 points, I think, over this as well. So it has been incredibly tough for Gen G. I don't know where this puts them. Can't do maths, but it is not really looking good for our Apex South team.
I mean, even then, NIP, I had the opportunity to talk to all of them. Very kind people as well. It's one of the biggest things that I like to hear is that they're keeping each other accountable, and they're not flaming each other, and they're bot reviewing and improving. And the thing that I like the most from him is he's like, yeah, dude, it's time efficient. Because if you argue, it's not time efficient. You won't learn as much, and that's not efficient. And I just love that way because we can see every game, there's always something you can improve on. Whether that be your macro, did somebody screw up their looting route? Did we make the decision to take the fight fast enough, or did we close out the fight fast enough? Should we have ran earlier? There's always something that you can pick up and learn on. And as they said as well, we've just been steadily going better and better. If they keep this up, maybe they're in the Pro League form by the end.
Yeah, and Snipe Down, I'm thinking now of the body language that we saw from some of the players from Team RRQ, because they just looked super defeated towards the end. We went from seeing their highs and now their lows. You as an ex-pro player, tell me what was going through their mind, especially at the end when we saw them like that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what they were like in that day one. I mean, they were we saw Strafing Flame. He was laughing, he was loving life, and all of them were getting along as it can. And I think that team is maybe more affected by what's happening, and it's harder for them to pull themselves out of their slump, because I know Strafing, for example, feels like, the weight of this team is on his back with his calls, and he takes a lot of responsibility. And if you start series slow, and not only one series, but yesterday when they had a poor series, coming in today and having another repeat, 15th place, I'm pretty sure is where they ended up. That might have been GK at 15th. I know they had a really rough set, but overall, I mean, for them, I think they're going to make it through. They're not going to make it through the winner's side. I think that they were pretty confident that they would based on their day one. I think that's another team that ended in the top three and didn't, and is not going to end up. So overall, what this last series really showed me is a lot of teams did step up. You have Team Nemesis, for example, with Abreleli in that roster, and you have the Sacreds and all these people that are coming into this tournament with teams kind of underappreciating how good that they can be. Nemesis started the year very strong, finished Pro League kind of weaker than what you expected, because they, with so much momentum to start, you thought that they were only going to improve, but to come out on day 3 and to really cement themselves as, hey, we are here, we're ready, and I think that might put them in a spot to move forward. It's going to be very interesting, and 116 is right around where that cutoff's going to be. I think that they should be safe, but we look like we have a lot of teams that are going to be really close to that. I'm pretty sure the Alliance and the Gaming Gladiators are not going to be able to move forward, so we'll see what it looks like here in this next set.
That's actually one that I was looking at. I was looking at Alliance with 108 points. Is that going to be enough or not? I know you're happy that they're not going to be eliminated, Graceful, but is that going to be enough?
You mean enough to
make it to the grand finals directly?
I mean, at that point, it just depends on how the other teams in the lobby are playing. Like, so that's the thing. You can be one of the teams that is crossing their fingers to not get eliminated by the cusp, or you can be the ones that are hoping that you get it's not a free pass, but you know what I mean, like a free pass to grand finals immediately. But I think that regardless, all of these teams that have shown up in this series, like we kind of expected from all the veteran teams, and I would like to include Nemesis there because everybody, like Alb has a huge history, right? So like all of these teams did show up, this Wolves included, by the way. I feel like we didn't talk enough about them because they were kind of silent throughout this series, but they did have their moments. So when you have that, all of those teams pop off, I think they're all warmed up by now. This is the form that we're normally used to seeing from them, and if anything, this should be a predecessor for what's to come.
Yeah, I mean, we have some of the other teams, right, that are going to be coming up. We know SAUL, they're going to be making sure that they do enough, and I think they will do enough to make it to those grand finals whenever we end up talking about them as well. BK Gaming with 102 points, that might not be enough for the reigning champions to go directly to the grand finals.
Well, I mean, if you have a look at like RRQ, Ninjas in Pajamas, they've played, that's it, and then we move on to someone, SAUL at 104, just 1 point under Wolves. Like, they've got 6 games to overtake that sort of side, so it's going to be, it's cemented for them, but it looks like some of these other teams are sort of going to go out. Obviously, Gen G, that's a little unfortunate. We're going to see Dino soon come through. So there are going to be some like crazy teams that will be able to, I guess, calculate and make up these points. But it looks like we've had a massive shuffle in our top 14. But yeah, I'm wondering like how we've got Zeta Division at 67.
I mean, I think all of those people cheering for those teams, Zeta specifically, or other teams as well, are definitely holding their breath at this moment. But the word that you said that I really want to highlight is shuffle. This leaderboard is still gonna shuffle regardless. There's 6 games to be played. All of these teams are hungry. And that's the thing I really want to highlight. You could see it. The reason you're wondering right now, Grace, why did we see such a big difference from these teams on day 3 compared to day 1 and 2, is because now you are forced to play proactively. You try to let the game play itself out, and you kind of bit the curb, honestly, or hit the curb, and now they're like, hey, we gotta actually be proactive. We saw it in the forms of Nemesis taking over the games. We saw it in the form of NIP taking over the game, and the old form of Alliance taking over the game. So it just really goes to show that all of these guys are now here to make plays and not get played on.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have a question for everyone. Do we think Aurora is going to do the same thing that we just watched Alliance and NIP do? Are we going to come out with the same standard that we gave, Alliance and NIP? Because, I mean, they were the #1 seed in EMEA. We watched what just happened, and if they don't, then some questions might have to be raised. Are they ready for this?
I'm hoping. I'm hoping. I want to see effect in the grand finals. I don't want to see them get eliminated. I don't think they'll be able to qualify directly to the grand finals. How about you?
I feel like they'll have to do it. And like with Effect, he's just going to flip this switch and he's going to take absolutely everything down in his path. Like he would he would not be happy with this, and so he's going to change it right in these 6 games. Like, this is, I do feel, Snipe, I'm going to have to agree, I feel like it's going to be a Ninjas and Pajamas Alliance kind of performance, because this is an incredible team like we have touched on before, and yeah, Effect won't let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think that they've hopefully vault reviewed and fixed their issues, because we know that they're more than capable of just absolutely taking over the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if, in case of anyone, they started the furthest ahead out of those teams. So if they have any type of performance like we just watched, they could actually end up in the top 14, unlike the other two. So they have the best chance if they're going to hold themselves to the same standard that they've been performing at the entire year.
Yeah.
And I think they will too. And I mean, if we give a little bit of a sneak peek here at the next groups coming up, JD Gaming was one team that I asked you guys yesterday. Out of all those squads, Alliance, NIP, Aurora, that's one squad that everybody agreed on that they are not going to make it in. What are you expecting to see out of JD Gaming coming up?
So, you know how I talked about NIP being very calm, collected, talking about this, we're all responsible. Some teams are emotional. I think Nadi is one of the best examples of an emotional player. When things go well, he is popping off. When things go low, he is head down between the knees, just holding himself accountable, because he really wants to make it happen.
So I feel like this first game is super crucial for Naughty. Like with the mentality.
Yeah,
you
of
know
course.
Like,
But that's the thing. I mean, I competed with Nadi on C9 on a LAN with him, and he can either tunnel vision or he can just free think and just be the biggest brain. So it all comes down to how he's affected mentally. But I think that if anywhere, it's the time is right now, because otherwise you're going home.
Well, if you were to put in his position currently with what's going on, what's at stake, right? And if something doesn't go your way, let's say the first 3 games don't end up going your way, Snipe Down, how would he be able to just snap himself out of just that funk that he's going to get into?
I mean, Nadi's always been one of the more aggressive players, so if first 3 games, go poorly, you have no choice. And that might be exactly the kind of play style that they need, is to realize we have nothing to lose at this point other than, obviously get it going home. And so you actually have that. But at the same time, it's like, we have to just go all out. We have to trust ourselves, trust our skill and what we've been doing the entire year, which is just running and gunning and outperforming their teams individually, which is where they've been able to end a 2nd seed, I want to say. It was in North America, which is very impressive for IGLing. The biggest problem with this is that Nadi doesn't have that IGL experience on LAN. Like we've seen these other teams at the bottom that have had the time to do that and the ability to come back. So I'm just worried that we've talked about desperation in the past, that sets in if they don't get that fortunate zone like we saw at Summers University in game 1 when Alliance and IP both started, to give them a little breath of fresh air of saying, okay, that was good. We get to calm down and play our game from here on out. If that doesn't happen, it will be kind of concerning.
Well, they still got some time, because Group A versus Group D is going to be coming up. We'll see if they got what it takes. So stay tuned, because we will get a chance to talk more about those teams coming up after this break.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Sandstorm, and I'm here with Sigurd from Team Nemesis after an incredible performance in what seems to be the most stressful day of the competition so far. But you guys came in with such confidence, and you guys had an incredible performance, tying first with Alliance and Elite by the end of today in that group. So walk me through it. Tell me about the team and how you guys came in with such confidence to perform so well on such a stressful day.
Pretty much, like after the first 2 days, we didn't perform as well as we wanted to. So I pretty much just said that it's either we drop a nuke every game or we just go home, and we have to fight every team no matter what. That's the confidence, where the confidence came from.
I mean, honestly, it definitely showed up today. You guys were very, very consistent across the board. Now, I want to say you guys are on the top side of the leaderboard when it comes to being top 14 to make it to the grand finals, but we'll have to wait for the rest of the results. So walk me through what you guys are doing for the rest of the day. Are you going to be focusing on your VODs maybe? Are you going to be watching the rest of the games, or what's the team going to be up to?
We're definitely going to be watching second block, and we're going to be praying for sure.
I want to say like that has to be another stressful part of competing in these kind of competitions because you don't know if I want to say like if you did was enough or what. So how do you deal with that stress? How do you cope with it?
I don't know.
I think it's kind of difficult. But you know what? So far, you guys did incredible. I think you're on 115 points in the overall leaderboard. So I want to say should be safe, but again, we don't know what's going to happen. So make sure to tune in, and we'll see what happens with the second block of the games today.
おはよう、僕たちは WGR ネオだよ。おはよう。おはよう。今回の EWC で僕たちは1位を取ります。取ります。取ります。よし、じゃあ今回はこのゲームにチャレンジしていこう。レッツゴー。レッツゴー。カモン。カモン。カモン。
じゃあ最初の質問です。どのレジェンドがマービンロボットですか？
はい、パスファインダー。カモン。カモン。じゃあ真ん中だよ。
次の質問です。オリジナルのローンチマップの名前は何ですか？
ワールドエッジ。
はい。キングスキャニオン。キングスキャニオン。
はい。ダッサーお前。だけだロン毛。
終わった俺。終わった。負け。お前負けだよもう。負けだよ。もう無理だよ。
このゲームの中に現在いくつのショットガンがありますか
？4つ。
グー。
やばい。やばい。俺もこんな。俺。オーマイガー。オーマイガー。壊した。
じゃあちゃんとBK47 の、最高のマガジンキャパは何でしょう？はいどうぞ。30。違う。BK47 はいどうぞ。
28。29。
はい当たりで何色ですか？何色のレベルですか？
何色？紫。
はいグッド。じゃあどうぞ。
入ったちょっと。
ブラッドハウンズのレイブンのお友達の、名前は何でしょう？
カラスの名前？アルトゥーラ。
惜しいけど。
もうちょっと
アルトゥーレ、アルトゥーラリ、アルトゥーリ、ラリルレ、アルトゥーレ。
違う。
アリラリ、アルトゥール。出ました。
無理だよちなみにこれ答えられる人いないからね。
カモン。
おーうまい。
ビナボー。
ビナボー。おめでとう。カモン。
レッツゴー。レッツゴーウッド。
Well, we're getting very close to crushing some of these keys here at ALGS at EWC 26. We don't know yet. We kind of have an idea of which keys might be crushed. But honestly, with how many surprises we have gotten today, with how many teams have been able to step up in a big way, like you were saying, Graceful, that leaderboard is bound to shuffle.
Shuffle it will indeed, as you said, as hopes and dreams are either crushed or raised, as some people have found a second wind of hope so far in this tournament, and I really hope we get to see more of that.
It looks so cool too.
That looks terrifying.
I know, that's why it looks cool. I just want to see some keys.
Want to try sticking down the arm there just to see what happens?
Nah,
you go first.
I know I got travel insurance, but
it covers that.
I'd rather not do that one, but there you go. There's a reminder for the groups that we have. And don't forget, I mean, we're talking about SAUL Esports. We're talking about Aurora from some of the squads that are going to be playing here from A versus D. Who's kind of coming to your head, Lise?
I mean, we said it before, we're going to keep an eye on Aurora. SAUL, I reckon they'll be absolutely fine. You know, they are up the top with, like, I think 104, so they have 6 games just to get a little bit more on top of that. So we definitely need to be keeping an eye on those ones. But look, yeah, is it Zeta? I think they were just under SAUL. Sorry, they're on that second page, so they're ones that we'll also have to keep an eye on as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here going to have my eyes glued to Aurora, see if they can do what NIP have done, Alliance have done, because, yeah, I still can't believe that they are in that position that they're in after 2 days.
And something that we haven't seen today that we have seen in previous series, Snipe Down, is teams being able to get 2 wins. It doesn't necessarily have to be back-to-back. Sometimes they're split apart, but it just hasn't happened today. What is that reason? Is it because everybody just knows that they have to play and make sure that they don't get eliminated?
Yeah, I mean, it is the final day, and we're going into the final match of all the pool play here. So, I mean, it's going to come down to who wants it the most. I don't think we're going to see any back-to-back winners in this one either. I think it's going to be well-rounded like it was in the last series, where, you have some teams that were more in the middle of the pack start to push up and really try and find their stride. And I'm hoping that, one of those teams might be Enerforce 36. There's a lot of really good players on the team. You have Obley, the IGL, who was the Year 4 Split 1 champion. And you have a couple other people on that team, Juzna and Sinop, who have placed 3rd at major lands before. So this is a team as well that we should focus on, because when we're at these Japan champs, they have the home crowd and they have dominated at these. And to see them also at the bottom of that leaderboard, we have to give them a chance, just like we've been giving, some of these other rosters that same respect.
I mean, I think we can actually count Enerforce 36 into the veteran teams as well.
Yes.
And another team I really want to lift up is Zeta as well at that point. One of the teams that some people might consider slow starters, but once they take off, maybe they come back as well. We've seen it from Alliance, we've seen it from Wolves. Now I want to see it from Zeta, Enerforce 36, and please, Aurora.
He's got a little shrine out the back with effect, and he just goes and sits there for a bit. So I've seen it.
Dude, I was flying with him for 14 hours, being his big brother. He said, "I'm still hungry." I said, "I'll order some more food for you." I'm just taking care of him. Of course, I look at him like my little brother.
Where are you now? Why are you up here not taking care of him?
Because I'm working.
That's crazy.
Graceful, does that worry you though? For Zeta, you were saying they're usually known as slow starters, but in this one, it feels like it's the complete opposite, right? Because remember, that squad was able to get some wins on the first 2 days. Are you starting? Does it worry you now? They're starting to slow down when they're actually supposed to step it up.
You say they were slow starting. They had 4 donuts pretty much, and then they won back to back. So that to me is literally the definition of being a slow starter. They need to get what they had in the last 2 games. Right now.
So not back to back, but at least 2 wins. Is that what we want from Zeta?
I would like to see that. I think minimum 1 win. That's what I'm calling right now. Minimum 1 win.
All right. I like this. And you know what? Quickly, Snipe, if we were to get a team that gets not back to back, but just 2 wins, which team would it be?
Probably Aurora, man. I think that what we're seeing with these teams, I think they're probably the best set up just based off what we saw in the last series.
Okay. And Lace?
I think they have to. It's
Aurora?
I think they can do it, but I think they kind of
Liquid?
have to.
I thought, Okay. Hey, that's the thing, though. With a team like Liquid in this lobby, a lot of those teams that want those points need to be careful because they're going to be sponging up those points. But I think it's time. It's time to see what Group A versus Group D has got. And who's going to make it to the grand finals, who will go to Survivor, and who will get those keys crushed.
L'histoire de ces équipes va s'écrire ici et ce soir. 3 histoires possibles: triompher, survivre ou être éliminé de la compétition.
Yesterday we spoke about writing your story here at the Split 1 playoffs, but right here is where you decide which direction your next chapter goes. Is it a story of survival? Is it a story of triumph? Or does your story end here?
On l'a vu plus tôt dans la journée, en 6 games, beaucoup de choses peuvent se passer. Personne n'est à l'abri et toutes les équipes ont encore l'opportunité de faire un comeback légendaire.
In just a few moments, the calm will disappear because today is the day that everything changes. This is where reputations are built. So let them hear you as we introduce our teams to the stage, starting with PXX.
Dinos!
Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
Dog Red.
TIE.
WGR Neo.
ZE Esports.
Zipline Mafia.
Trinity.
TLN Pirates.
Gaming Gladiators.
SHUL Esports.
AGAL.
Aurora Gaming.
And sitting up with their fans, it's Zeta Division.
Team Liquid.
Enter Force 36.
Forfun Esports.
Team Vision.
And finally, JD Gaming. Tout ce qui s'est passé jusqu'ici appartient désormais au passé. Le classement peut encore être chamboulé et tout le monde peut sortir son épingle du jeu. Mesdames et messieurs, aujourd'hui, une seule chose compte, ne pas être parmi les 6 dernières équipes.
Forget yesterday, forget predictions, none of that matters now. Today is simply about earning your place tomorrow. So go out there and take it. Let's do this.
Day 2 here at the LGS Global Series Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026, and the group stage continues.
The good news is that there's still time to rectify your mistakes, but the bad news is that that time is now.
SAUL, criminally underrated, always in finals, always there or thereabout when it gets to match point, and I've got a little feeling that SAUL are going to put out something a little bit special today.
This stage is ready. Everybody's ready. Let's get started.
Dinos, though, what a swing that is from Chaos! We take it down, but no! Through here. GG have taken the game by the looks of things. Elite Esports are down, and GG moving forward. It's a game 1 win for GG. The form of yesterday continues into day 2. The second one comes in from the Prowler of Jake Future, and Dinos get their win! Almost single-handedly with that R99. Now he slides in for his second potential kill on this team.
Coming in as Legacy, he's bragging out. Who can stop him though?
And we are just hip firing straight into Team Vision, and SAUL are your winners.
They go crazy. He tries to get 3 fire shots. Only one left, but BP.
Jesco is going, and he does it! SAUL with the back-to-back wins!
Everything on the line within Apex Legends Global Series here in the Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026. We got groups A and D. We saw our first series play out, the stress on so many of our players' faces. And now, when these teams have all their fate in their own hands as they watch the K Crusher from their seats, they know what is at risk. Welcome, everybody. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined with my girl Tiff, and we're going to be taking you guys through our first 3 games of our last series within group stages.
I know, let's get back to Olympus, shall we? It was so wild and action-packed in our earlier series, but how will our groups A versus D fare with their own chance at Olympus? And as I look around, I see all the fans, and I'm like,
me,
the lovely blowing locks.
Someone's got to get 0, one of those fans too. I mean, everybody is feeling the heat when it comes to the level of competition that we got on our hands as more fans make their way into the arena, taking a breather. And it's very fitting to the theme. It's time to fight dirty or be crushed as we take a look at Olympus once again for our first 3 games before we transition onto Storm Point. For game number 1 here, and being able to look at the way that Olympus plays out, this is going to be our POI draft, and seeing how some of these teams wanted to perhaps, lean and prioritize Storm Point for all the right reasons to.
Yeah, you can definitely see that. It's WGR Neo down there in 10th with their pick at Hydroponics. Now, based off what we saw in our earlier series, you can tell that everyone that favored Grow Towers, Gardens, Clinic, Somers University will likely have the beneficial pools. Should we turn to something that looks a little more similar? The teams up in Stabilizer like Zipline Mafia, Zeddy Esports at Fight Night, and Dog Grid at Power Grid. Those squads earlier where they had taken those positions had some of the most crazy rotations and mid-game performances. So I'm hoping, Vicky, that our teams that are looking for a great comeback can navigate that appropriately, and maybe we get some different zone variation. You got your Zeta fans on the screen right now hoping for a powerful performance, coming in 26th place. Survival stage not necessarily locked for them, but could they advance to get in that top 14 and solidify finals, Vicky? We'll have to wait and see.
Because that's what's at stake, right, Tiff? I love how you talk about variation of zones. Maybe asking for a little bit when it comes to how these zone pools have been looking for some of our teams. And to highlight what's at stake and what Tiff was ramping up on too, it's the top 14 teams that want to be able to find themselves in that final lobby, whereas the bottom 6 teams at the end of our group stages will be eliminated by the end of today. Whereas then if you've got the 15 through 34 teams after our group stages have concluded, they have to play in a 10-match series within the Survivor stage.
You want to call it a series? Let's be real. It's going to be a gauntlet.
You're right.
We're getting Storm Point. We're getting World's Edge. We're going Olympus, E-District. You're having to play all 4 maps, and a team that's fighting to get there alone. JD Gaming, the 2nd seed in America, is currently situated within that slot. 41 points. We'll need to fight nail by nail, like point by point. It's going to be insane because there's so many teams in Group A that are just ahead of them. And then another squad that is inside that's going to be fighting here today. It's Enterforce 36, Dog Red, TLN Pirates, our French roster that have found themselves within that bottom 6 with their potential final 6 games here. You can start with TLN Pirates, some change-ups, right? You have to think about it this way. Zidane is on that roster, 2025 ALGS champs player right there. And he has the potential to go home. You know who stepped on that stage to coach him? Nasky. Should be a familiar name for a lot of you at home. Had formerly competed and will be coaching those boys for the next 6 games.
As a side note, dressed really nice, right? I was like, dude, where'd you come from? He looks like he just came out of a cruise. I'm not gonna lie.
Stepped off the beach straight to the stage here in Paris.
Making sure those cortisol levels aren't very high, but I know the cortisol levels are skyrocketing for our fans in the crowd.
There we are. The boys over at TLN Pirates. Hey, at the moment we announced them here on the main stage, the crowd lit up. They understand that is our French roster representing Nate, Zidane, and Kiner. And a little love for Nasky there.
Is today going to be enough? Maybe Mbappe would give them the energy that they need because they have to go hard. Another team on everybody's mind after their performance thus far has also been Team Liquid, a team that is very cozy, by the way, alongside AG Global. But it's the fact that they have been able to accrue 118 total points throughout group stages, and that's not even including what we could possibly see going into Olympus. The first time iteration that we're going to have a lot of these teams find their strengths, and maybe this is what they need to build up that momentum before we transition onto Storm Point.
Before we do, we got to get into our first game of Olympus. Groups A versus D. The last 6 matches of our group stage here at the Year 6 ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Time to go as we get set up and find where the zone is taking us first. We saw a lot of Somers University, but in a different group series. Remember, it's groups A and D. And pulling over to what looks to be Gardens. Talk about a performing team tip, S8UL.
This is what I told you guys about this. If you're favoring Gardens, if you're favoring Grow Towers and Somers University, even Clinic, this is going to be so great for you because we do see a lot of pulls in this vicinity. And S8UL, and including, I'm going to say Gaming Gladiators, right? They're over at Clinic. 2 of the best zone playing teams. S8UL won 2 maps and 1 series just yesterday. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm calling them the Consistency Kings with an average placement of 8.2 points, and it's relatively split on kills and placement points. So as you can see what we're talking about here, guys, S8UL dead center. Zeta Division pops an evac tower. They're looking for some early positioning. Team Liquid over at Elysium. They have a survey beacon since the majority of our players are running crypto. And honestly, they're going crypto seer, which means we are going on the hunt. Olympus is a fighting map, and you must take what you want.
It's following the trend, right? It's not even just a few. It's literally every single team, 100% pick rate of crypto. As we say goodbye to crypto first, as we have in so many of our first games throughout the course of the playoffs. But already with Zeta Division, we took a look at their fans, and we take a look at how they situated themselves right next to PXXS8UL, JD Gaming on the southern side of Gardens, where there is that survey beacon. But finding themselves with having the amp and also being able to get the scans here off the crypto. Everybody else will be able to do something very similar, but it's the king of the hill up on the high ground of Gardens, where S8UL will have to note where Gaming Gladiators rotates from. So you highlighted since they come out of Clinic. That's something that Gaming Gladiators could capitalize off of when it comes to the teams that rotate from Grow Towers, such as Aurora or even For Fun Esports.
And Aurora need the proximity to the next circle. When you think about them, it's not a team that you would have picked to be in contention for elimination. They're sitting in 34th place with 51 points. And a point below them leaves. So TL and MP, who are at the very bottom, need so many more points than all the teams in our lobby, and it just starts with one fight. WGR Neo across the way. We open the door with a breach charge from the Hemlock, and that allows Kiner to be there to put the pressure on Nate. Choosing to run Catalyst game 1, mind you. Piercing spikes forward, drops the R9, and they wipe their first team.
That's how you get this party started. Especially after we saw those bottom end teams in our last group really pop off. Well, surprisingly, Dinos at the hands of 836 getting some KP themselves. Dinos get eliminated second in this lobby.
Enterforce 36 were also one of my teams at risk to watch for potentially going home. So to see them take out, I'm going to call them Titans of the lobby because they are a question mark team. They're a team that are not scared to fight. Dinos are crazy when it comes to pushing anything. And for Enterforce 36 to get their first 3 points by shutting them down, a great start, which is exactly needed for them. Elsewhere, we are seeing fights break out in that circle as teams jockey for their position for endgame.
Gotta discuss things with the script writers, with a lot of these teams waking up and now waking up. VSN Carter gotta be able to find the knock onto Hyarka, and that's scary when Aurora are 34th in the overall standings, a team that no one really thought would be struggling like this internationally. VSN now move up, trying to claim another victim with effect, trying to run away. It's almost like the counterpart to what we had seen from Alliance now. VSN are chasing him down, don't want him to get away as Effect finds Carter in the 1v1. Effect cannot clutch it out, and Aurora are your 17th squad eliminated here in this lobby.
Aurora is one of my favorite orgs that always pops up on the timeline. They have the funniest clips and recaps of ALGS days, and I was like, we're so back, right? And they're like, yeah, we're back, it's our time, right? Maybe next game, maybe next game. Ty out, Aurora out, Dinos and Neo are the only teams out of our current lobbies, and Here we go. EMPs,
Oh, yeah.
AG Global, Vicky.
Vamonos AG Global, who have been putting on a masterclass for everybody at home with a total of 120 points. I mean, they tied that with Falcons, but it's not like Falcons have another chance to get even more points after what we had seen in our last series. But AG Global have been playing out of their minds within this group stage. Looking on the other side, though, another team that we talked about, Team Liquid. It's up to Panic here from the other side, and quickly, with a speedrun fight, take out Dog Red. I'm already witnessing, Tiff, a very fast pace at the start of this first game.
They know what needs to be done when it comes to Olympus. You saw a little bit of it early on, and we get to see that initial aggression for them. E36, who are coupling off that fight they had earlier, immediately put that pressure onto AG Global. Yanya, though, having the knuckle clusters to try and take space for them. Synap, the IGL, trying to direct the combats to find a way in. Obli falls incredibly low. Synap, the trades back and forth with Jaguares. Minimal HP. Niazel trying to deal the finishing blows. Will E36 be able to hold on?
Oh, Obli doesn't like this. I mean, I don't blame him. He's literally one shot, and when E36 is more at risk than AG Global, Ubli's forced to back away, try to reset. He has the amp to be able to regenerate healing over time by popping that one syringe, but in the distance, I see the grieving, and it's Jaguares. Charge up Sentinel, at least from the other side of another team, but he at least gets his KP confirmed. Looking to see if that's going to probably be Trinity, who's actually directly in the middle. They weren't able to get the res, and Ubli, even with the shields up, it's not going to be enough. E36 now are out in 15th.
Clean fight there from AG Global, who had to worry about their space, because you're right. Talking about the shots from the distance, Trinity is just across the way and had an eye line, which was really preventing that team to full send. So at least you have Alter to be able to portal through and finish them out. For E36, a team that's at risk, sure, at least you got a couple of KP points, but another team who needs them desperately is TLNP. And we're sitting on a really nice set of shields here. The Wraith play coming out with Catalyst and Crypto. They know they need to get aggressive, and they're running the edge of Olympus, hunting down Zipline Mafia.
They're hungry, Tiff. And playing off the edge means that Zipline Mafia, coming out of the outskirts of Terminal, are going to call in an evac tower. With this nice side-by-side view, though, and looking at where the zone is pulling, Gaming Gladiators have seen a zone like this, as they're going to find themselves not only sitting in clinic, but looking at Team Vision, who want to rotate from the southern choke of Grow Towers for fun, doing something very similar. And with Alter 2 in the lobby, obviously, you have to be careful of the TP third-party potentials that we could have.
It's very dangerous, Vicky, and considering we have 14 squads remaining as we're watching some of our team's rotation, that means there's going to be a lot of space available. Sure, it looks really packed right now, but this is the quickest pace of game that we have had throughout our entire tournament. Typically, we'll see 19 or 20 squads remaining at this moment in the game. So for TLN Pirates that are trying to find those engagements, where do you want to go? You're going to have Zipline Mafia out your back, and Team Vision clearly keeping that pressure on. Elsewhere, Deep Cross Gaming falls at the hands of multiple teams. Zeta, PXX, and Team Liquid wanting pieces of them.
They're hungry. Zeta have not really moved from the spot. I mean, why should they when they're controlling one of those buildings that you were talking about coexisting, and without Fast, this game has been zooming by for our teams that are looking to get aggressive. They know what's at stake. The EMP now coming in. Team Liquid now moving up after getting that advantage. Actually forces Zeddy to go back towards their TP. And now reset, and that's the beauty too of the Alter. Kind of like a crutch when it comes to having to overextend just a little bit, but Team Liquid maintain their positioning on the high ground.
And I have them as one of my favorite teams to watch is in this A versus D matchup, solely because of Panic and Zero being in the top 3 for KD. The only person who bests them is Kinda, who's averaging 3 kills per game, and he's not in this lobby. We already saw their success. So Team Liquid with Panic and Zero and Sykes at the helm there are definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Now with Trinity too being another one of those teams that you've highlighted, Tiff. The local scene hanging right alongside the arena. The TP that we were talking about before already trying to take that fight. Playing off the rock though really nicely as Trinity try to take an angle with the Void passive. They have the Void Nexus too as some insurance, and now while we take a look at For Fun, Synetic gonna be able to get out of there. The drone is gonna be able to scan by. So much space, man, just covered with that Void passage.
And for fun, they're definitely in a better position when it comes to that survival stage. As Trinity, you had just talked about, from APAC North, they're currently in the bottom 6. So these are teams that all need as many points as they can. So thinking of where we go the map, Trinity definitely has to move. You have that pop-up north, which is definitely going to favor Team Liquid, who hailed from Elysium and can just walk through. Gaming Gladiators, who began at Clinic, will be holding up that east side. I'm only worried about Team Vision, who's just below them, who will likely... I would go to fight for that building to clear out that side and then move in. Team Liquid, kind of taking a negative rotation outside of that next circle, is identifying any threats from the north. You highlighted Zeddy earlier, and that's exactly what's happening. The big shakeup for me is how everyone's going to have to leave right where S8UL is in Gardens. JD Gaming, PXX, Zeta, that's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
I love how you highlight that too, just talking about not only the lack of space that some of these later rotating teams have to work with, but how they're going to try to counter that with the way that they can... Oh my goodness, Vision, 150. Infinite ammo on the Kraber, but even after getting that knock, Team Vision are just looking to put a damper on this rotate for Zipline Mafia. Pirates too, on the high ground overlooking Grow Towers. But this is going to be some KP that Vision want to get aggressive with, but they have to be careful, Tiff, because remember, one of the teams hanging out in Clinic is Gaming Gladiators, who could just easily grief them if they have the opportunity.
Yeah, essentially, if you're running Alter, what can you do? You throw down your portal, you send your Alter out and just say, hey, can you get a little mixy? You've got your jail card free, you can just come back running. You see that you've got EMPs going off in the distance, so of course with the Kraber, you're going to put your sights out. But your goal is to keep Zipline Mafia from not rotating directly on you, and that Kraber is definitely going to help.
Oh, hold on. Avoiding the nade at the feet. Oh, S8UL, by the way, Legacy going crazy here. But Excuse is going to hold the door. Lovely. You got the EMP, you get the DP out. Excuse needing a little bit of help. They send out the nade though, and they're dancing around the wall. Kazakh Force outside this fight is able to pop the shield back for now. Can they get the reset is the question. I mean, they want to try to prioritize at least getting that Void Nexus to reset, and that's what happens when you get all these altars, while Yuka in the feed gets a Kraber shot onto Yanya. Non-stop fighting in every corner. At least that doesn't stop the res, by the way, so they get to pull it off despite getting hit. Yeah, right, PTSD with the Seer Tactical. It's just about getting that information, which is easily still a thorn for some of these teams. Team Vision fully looking at the action happening between Zipline Mafia and Trinity, but they see where that zone pool is, and their priority now is clearing their backs for Gaming Gladiators. We'll have to fight against Team Vision eventually.
Nice job on Trinity getting the reset here. There were a lot of teams looking to fight on this, but everyone has backed away. Team Vision elsewhere has put distance up onto Gaming Gladiators, and Trinity has full set Zipline Mafia. Excuse does take some damage. Down goes Roai, and the Altar is the last standing here for Trinity. Back and forth through the portal, trying to hold on.
Why are you running? Where are you going? Trinity get eliminated. AG Global, and so does Team Liquid. This is the non-stop fighting that we were expecting once they were forced to rotate into that northern zone that you highlighted, Tip, especially in terms of their pathing. And now, at least from Zipline Mafia, they cleared the southern side of that zone, but Team Vision eventually fighting Gaming Gladiators have already started engaging in Clinic.
We've lost AG Global. We've lost Team Liquid. We lose Trinity, Deep Cross Gaming, and I would imagine we'd lose some more here shortly. I'm so curious about how Vision is looking when it comes to Gaming Gladiators, because Zane last alive on the Altar. Blasts have not been fooled yet. We did lose out on Lufka, but don't count them out yet. We've seen so many resets come out of the boys over at GG as Team Vision grabs their third back in as they take over Clinic.
It's the way that Zeta Division is just consistent. Saw Yuka in the feed with the Kraber via SN2 now. Carter still holding onto their own Kraber, getting the res. Zolder's gonna be able to find Blast in the process of after taking care of Gaming Gladiators, leaving only one alone, but it's gonna be the Zeta Division. And Zeddy trying to face off against each other on the northwestern side of this next zone, and they're gonna be busy. Well, For Fun, dude, look at them. A big pile up here eventually as they drop down. Yuka playing up the low ground as these TPs gets the follow up here. 2 knocks onto Jelly and Deeds, while Zeta have the number advantage. Yes, they're informed Thanks to the crypto drone highlighting exactly where they're at and how they're going to be able to get this res. But Yuka once again being the kill leader in the lobby. They're going crazy, and this just leaves Dupe to stay alive for the rest of the squad.
Dupe into the drone to go invisible, to prolong the life, to get the information here in the north. But it's all about the south. Zipline Mafia now finding themselves in the throes of Team Vision, who have tried to clear out their side. Zach Mazer and Carter, if they can maintain this through the pressure from Zipline Mafia long enough, they won't have to worry about For Fun sending them. But Tyler is definitely looking to get involved.
Oh man, and off the EMP to try to avoid getting hit by that too while taking the portal. For Fun not moving up behind them.
Oh,
finds the next one, gets the next one as well off the alternator. That is Team Vision getting eliminated. 8 squads left in your feed, and Synetic has the G7 in the other hand. That gold extended light mag on the alternator while PXX get eliminated. There's 4 teams piled up against each other in Gardens.
Who will survive? JDG, who need this? They take down Jesco, they take down Sharky, but Legacy chomps back with a trade on a Stay Naughty. Shubi last alive with floating. Diving through, looking for Legacy, and they get him! S8UL, your consistency kings are not gonna win this one.
They've been great, but now they fall in 7th in this first game. Was that he with Duke was trying to hide behind the tree, unfortunate. He can't keep the dreams up though as he goes down next. TLNP, talking about what they gotta do different with JDG, floating, waking up. All eyes on JDG. They've been fragging out 7 total kills with this team, but the follow-up from Shubi as For Fun get eliminated. Mike, though, is incredibly low. Love the swing and the follow-up from Stay Naughty, but now they have to move. They can't get the res.
Oh my God.
The zone's closing in right behind their backs.
Oh
and
my
Pirates
God.
get eliminated. Shubi is just built different.
The fact that TLN Pirates fall, Zeta Division, they live to see another day. There's at least 1 crypto left for them. You can see Satuki over there on the rock. But JD Gaming, who by the way, Graceful and Snipe actually predicted the 2nd seed in Americas to fall in this tournament. And they said, all right, watch this. Absolutely on 10 kills right now for those boys.
Wait, they had like, you're in 38th.
He has no ammo. He has 24 bullets and no reserve. Anyone got light? Chat?
Definitely
Chat,
not
you guys
Hal.
got light?
Definitely not Hal in this lobby. Hopefully they're going to be able to get some loot off those death boxes. Oh my goodness, that nade! Suzuki moving up here because Zach is going to be able to find Stay Naughty. I mean, this is a situation where now Zipline Mafia, a team ramping up, finds Zeta the solo, and this is all for Zipline Mafia to take home. AKB making 9 on board to take the win and to take game number 1.
That is absolutely insane because Vicky, if you remember, we're looking at the POI draft and I say the team in Stabilizer will have one of the craziest rotations in and those mid-map fights are everything. Do you know who lands there? Zipline Mafia. The fact that they had to go from the furthest POI up on the northwestern side of things over to Gardens. No wonder they acquire 9 kills. They do 3,200 damage. And it's not even like they were safe. They are just above the bottom 6.
Crazy when they need it here too. If you look at the overall standings and finding yourself comfortable with 75 total points over the course of this group stage, wanting to catch themselves in the top 14 so they can avoid the survivor stage, where our 15th and 34th placing teams will have to play a 10-match series. This is how you start things off for Zipline Mafia. I love their rotate. I love how we were able to see the fights happening over to the south side, how they were able to rotate up towards Gardens. You could see the action happening in Clinic, that they were able to avoid that pile up. And honestly, that also goes hand in hand with the composition that they were rocking, Tiff.
It really does. And you even have to think about the fact that not only were they able to put on pressures for Team Vision, they had withstood against Trinity. There were so many teams. For Fun Esports at one time was sending them on to the south. But when you think about it, you have to get aggressive. And Alter, Seer, Crypto is 100% the comp to do it. So as we take a few moments and step back to our top 3 squads left, we get it from Zipline's more POV here. We swing around, we find Shubi, we end JD Gaming, and from there it's the Sola, a Zeta Division to just clean up the rest of the lobby. Which shout out to Zeta, bro. They got 9 kills as well, an 18-point game. Those top 3 teams, they know exactly what they need to do. Even JD Gaming having double-digit kills and 17 points.
Sometimes it's what you need. It's like you feel the pressure and you just perform better. And we're seeing that with JD Gaming. Even though, you know, they didn't take the dub, it's the fact that they got top 3 and 10 KP to their name. Look at this. Zipline Mafia coming through, not only with that dub, but as you mentioned, to the 9 KP as well. Even Pirates. How we were talking about Pirates leading into this game off their rotate, still find themselves in a top 5 finish to kickstart our first game on Olympus.
Very true. Trinity, Enterforce 36, teams that you don't want to see on a second page here. You want them to be acquiring points. We know Trinity was looking for those fights against Zipline Mafia and everyone in the South, but we're only able to get a placement point from that. But with the pace of this lobby, it should start playing out a lot more like scrims. That's typically how fast those lobbies run. And usually it's completely different when we get to land. You're walking into some of these end games with 20 teams, but what I think they noticed is with that earlier series when Olympus showed out is teams that were focusing on getting into that zone. But Olympus, I think you just have to fight.
It was so aggressive at the beginning.
You have
How
to
many
get
teams did we
aggressive.
say goodbye to, like, before that second round ring, like, even started closing?
We were on 14 teams at 7-minute duration in that lobby.
Yeah, it's so crazy. And then we got to see in the distance too, like while we were looking at the pile up over to the south side of Gardens, just the Kraber and Yuka's hand onto griefing AG Global. I mean, it was brutal. I mean, every team that we highlighted on the northern side of that rotate north of Gardens, we literally had no space to play off of because the teams that were coming out of Gardens were able to harass them safely from afar.
You say Gardens, they immediately go to S8UL, and they've got their coach here, Rogers, just immediately starting to break down, hey, what could have went wrong possibly? If the circle pulls here are the teams you have to be very aware of. This is where they're landing. You're going to have timings. And with Alter still in the lobby and all of these teams that are hyper aggressive, I love how production was like trying to like zoom in on that. Like
that was so good. I'm sorry, I love that.
Bro, you looking at their homework?
Hold on. I want to bring attention to that, especially when it comes to trying to appreciate as a community the coaches and what they bring.
Everything.
For these pro teams, man. Like, for so long, we talk about it. They're waiting in the shadows, right? All the memes that have come out.
No,
you know?
I was talking to the boys at S8UL and I was like, does your coach Fry? Like, does he play a lot? They're like, if something happened and he had to step in, we would literally be fine.
I love that.
They said that about Rogers, and I was like, that's good.
Having the breakdown, the papers to show the homework, right? You're letting them know, right? So if this ends up being the rotate, this is what could have gone wrong. If this happens where the zone ends up pulling towards your POI, where some teams end up struggling, what can you do differently so that way you can elevate your Evo shields? It's all these little things that play a part to what makes the grander scope of the Apex Legends Global Series, that beautiful trophy smack dab in the middle and between our teams. And what is at risk, right? Because then you have to think about the bottom 6 teams that have to look at those keys, get crushed in the crusher. It's almost like a threat that's looming right on top of them, but then you kind of have the trade-off with the beautiful trophy shining there. Other teams now getting ready to go. Talked about Gaming Gladiators earlier and how they were able to situate themselves and find that space in Clinic while still putting in pressure, but taking some of those fights on the edge is almost like a green light for the teams who do want to play a lot more safe versus the teams that know they have to get really aggressive to get the points that they need in the course of these next 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's already shifted substantially. It's just with one game. JD Gaming, who is in the bottom 6, no longer are they in the bottom 6. They are up to 33rd with 7 points separating them from the bottom 6. Aurora dropped down into the bottom 6. Enterforce 36 toggled a few places, but TLN Pirates are no longer in that last place slot. They are starting to work their way up, but it is going to take a monumental series. And if anyone can do it, it is definitely going to be those French team because they are one of the craziest fighting teams. Like, I think back historically, like I'm going 2 to 3 years ago, that team used to be La Cité de France, and they were in some of the wildest Skyhook West contests. So I'm keeping my eyes out. Trinity, on the other hand, will also need a same performance like TLN Pirates, and WGR Neo is on the cusp.
It's just that there's so many teams in that later half, the bottom 10 of the overall standings, that are trying to find that race. And it's about finding that momentum early on, right? So if you know you have to get aggressive, once again, like knowing how many points you need just so that way you could go in for the survivor stage at the very least is what sets the pacing here as we get a nice little flyby Zeta division and the plushies.
Those are so cute.
I love it. I kind of want one.
Zipline Mafia is the best. I mean, yeah, they just won.
Shout out to the fans in the crowd. I mean, we have little nuggets that have made their way here, Tiff. I know it's your favorite too, to highlight the families that are showing their support for the players.
I love it. JD Gaming, you can see them kind of breaking some things down. Some of the highlights of the fraggers, when you kind of pair up groups A versus D, there are a couple people in this lobby that are usually the ones that are at the top with the most kills, and floating right there on the right is one of them. And with just the first game alone, responsible for 4 kills on their team and 1,500 damage. So love to see that we're kind of staying consistent in that point, right? Because JD Gaming has not necessarily been the most consistent team. But if we put them in this group with A versus D, maybe this is what they needed.
And it begs the question as to why, right? With some of these teams that were heavy hitters in Pro League, what's going on here when you're on the international stage? Is it nerves? I mean, we're 3 days in at this point. You know what to expect. Is it being able to see a different game plan play out with the way that these international teams, if you don't have that experience, playing on the big stage, and trying to find that flow, find these rotations, these zone pools, obviously, with some of these teams and their POIs don't really go hand in hand? Or could it be the energy from the fans that help fuel them?
I think it's the fans. I think it's the fans. I think it's a fan and the infinite ammo Kraber in the hands of Yuka F. Let's be real. Because when we think about what game number 2 is going to look like, let's go ahead and chat really quick. We did see that crypto ban. The likelihood of the most major picks that we're going to get on our Legends is going to be Seer.
It's important when we keep seeing Crypto getting booted out and sent to jail, as Crypto will not be played for game number 2, guys. But game 2 now is also ready to go back over onto Olympus. Get ready, because this has set the stage for the teams that have to come in swinging. It's fight night in a different era here on Olympus. And we're getting started, guys, because it's been fantastic to see the adjustments, whether it be, S8UL not finding their stride within their own POI circle pool, but or maybe, seeing the side-by-side of how a lot of these zones kind of seem similar when we dive into our next games, Tiff.
Well, let's start thinking about what this game number 2 is going to look like as we dive in. Remind guys, we want to get into that survival stage or lock our tickets in the top 14 for those finals. Zipline Mafia are currently situated in that mid-20s area based off that win, 21 points. And right now, Vicky, I'm not going to lie, I'm seeing a lot of Seers, 20 pick rate, or 100% pick rate, my apologies. And wow, this looks familiar. Am I having deja vu?
A little bit of deja vu, because it's following suit with the same legend bands.
Well, I mean, that means Zipline Mafia wins again, right?
Oh, if it follows a script, right? The script writer is hard at work.
Look at everyone running. Dinos hop into the rift. They're making a quick rotation. Keep your eyes out on J Future. He was another one of the fraggers I was talking about. Aurora and JD Gaming. S8UL are already there. Gaming Gladiators. They just know they need to defend Clinic. Team Liquid, they're like, we've seen this before. Elysium, we got Ring Console, Survey Beacon. We're going to feel pretty great about all the information we're getting, but this is a much quicker pace. Usually you're seeing teams rotate into that next circle around that 2 to 2:30 minute mark. No, we are actually at 1 minute 30 seconds. That's how much faster they've recognized this.
Oh my goodness. And that's what happens when a lot of these teams are feeling the pressure and are at risk. Even the top end teams could easily deny the opportunity from other squads that they want to be able to have the prio on the POI draft and how that's going to play out, whether it be the top 14 teams in the final lobby or even in the survivor stage. Aurora being one of them. It's crazy how, when we looked at the first half of Alliance's play in our last series and how things just completely switched around. Can that happen for Aurora being another one of those teams on that later half? As Zeddy Jelly was able to get that first knock. Looking for the immediate turnaround, though, is also going to be TLNP. You mentioned Neil before, too, and it's going to be Akba with full blue Evos for this squad who want to take this fight. But it's the side-by-side after the action that we saw from Zipline Mafia, a previous team who won game number 1, seemed to be falling in the feed.
I don't want to call it spade or anything, but during that content piece on the break, he thought the first map in ALGS and Apex was World's Edge. We'll talk about that one later, my guy, but first, focus on the fight at hand. Destroy that Axle material. And get back with your team. Exhibit down. Information is to be had.
Sometimes people want to forget about Kings Canyon. I don't. You know what? That's where legends are grinded out here, as Floating's also able to pop off in the feed. TLNP, though, while this fight is going to go on for some time, I worry for the duration because DCG are coming out from the northern side trying to get the Evil Harvester north of Estates. The exhibit now called in just so that way they can try to clean up this fight even more, and with the 100% pick rate that you mentioned over onto Seer, since we won't see Seer anymore after this game, taking full advantage of this. Seeing that the timing may not be working out in their favor, and with the amount of Valkyries that we also have, a few teams opting for this, like Neo, DCG before, as well as E36. You will be able to have the Skyward Dive as well as the human UAV to see where you could land, and maybe some fights that you could go in for a 3P. You can see it right here happening with DCG, but taking control from the evac tower and landing right next to Neo, so they knew that this could happen. They back up just a little bit, not fully overextending, and now TLNP, a team who is very much at risk, would rather back off from that fight.
Yeah, you kind of have to, right? You've got two heavy hitting squads with blue armor coming into that area. It's not safe. You retreat over to Estates, kind of carry on, stay in your lane, focus on getting over to Gardens, where the majority of our teams have already made it. Zipline Mafia is still kind of making their way, maybe on the just outskirts of Turbine. But WGR Neo rotating just a bit. I bet we pop the rift here in a second.
It's important to highlight, by the way, that Zipline Mafia were at least able to get everybody together, because that was a fight happening. I believe it was by like Stabilizer, so they forced them to go all the way towards Oasis to probably get that reset. And now they are also forced to slow rotate, because we kind of hinted at it at the very beginning, but it's looking like a very similar zone on Olympus, pulling on the outskirts of Gardens, which benefits the likes of SAUL, who want to go for a different plan when they get the POI priority of these zones, as well as Gaming Gladiators, who land over by Clinic, taking these different fights and maybe not playing as passively, right? Deny that from other teams like Aurora, PXX doing something similar. Unfortunately missing out on that first triple take shot, though. And while there's going to be a lot of poke pressure that PXS have to put down, it's so that way they can elevate those Evo shields.
This is going to play out a bit different, however. With Crypto being that first round ban, you're going to see the resurgence of Watson. So look how many teams have isolated their pods with the Watson fences. 15 Watsons in this lobby, and I'd imagine there's going to be about 9 of them over here. For Naughty, we've got to get him back up on his feet, but the exhibit comes down. Shubi and Floating will have to defend the fort, and Aurora lays siege. This is what Alter can do for you. As you portal around, the fence is coming out. Can Floating escape?
Oh my, no, he cannot, and neither does the rest of JD Gaming. That is not what you want to see when you're on the bottom end of the leaderboard, but even better for effect, because he's just built different. Finds another victim. Trying to get the finishing blow, because with the amount of ultras, you can expect the TP to come in. Teleports from the other side, because staying alive is the priority. Playing Ring Around the Rosie by the knockdown shield. Looking for these resets, but I love the way how slow Effect is playing this. He goes over, he slides in. That, oh my goodness, the Watson fence slowed him down! PXX! They walk away swinging. Aurora, the second team out of this lobby.
What a good third party from PXX. And a lot of that goes down to the fact that PETA switches from Wraith in game 1 to Alter in game 2. Hits the portal through the walls, bypasses so many of those fences, and takes the third party. Verseda, the Seer, Alter, Watson comp. This is perfect for this setup like we were highlighting. And right now they can play from here. You have E36 out on the diagonal, SAUL on the high ground in Gardens. And for now, Team Liquid are going to hold that north, very similar to what they did in match number 1. Zipline Mafia at Power Grid looks to be hitting a survey beacon to go ahead and get a lot of information on where players are going to be in that quadrant. They can also simultaneously grab the ring console and know which side they want to commit to.
And then get the evac tower. That's over by Power Grid, right? So they can just take to the skies and find a faster rotation, which comes in clutch when they get that survey beacon and they know the teams that are forced to play on the edge just based off of the early fight that they were forced to be in. And that was against Zeddy. Even DCG now coming out of Gravity Engine, but the fight now happening over to the choke south of Hammond Labs. It's AG Global on another similar rotate, and now trading up. It's going to be a 2v2. Have to be careful, though, getting some revenge. It's going to be Kiner with RE45. Eating out the nades, though, is going to be Nate, and he's one of the teams, too, also rocking out with the Axel.
And this is difficult, right? Because AG Global was on the low ground. Yanya portals and says, bye, I'm out. Like, honestly, I wasn't here for a long time. I was here for a good time. They do get Zidane back up, and now we swing down the hill on the chase for Niazol, and we clip one bullet in the chamber and one to take him down.
Hold on, TLNP locally with everybody watching them. finishing them up, but here comes a 3P. This is what you can expect. It is going to be WGR Neo. And Dinos now want a chunk of the action. The 4P, nobody is safe. The griefing is real, and Pirates are forced to get out.
Dare I say, is that why we saw AG Global just yeet out with their Wraith? They're like, hey, just craft me later, make the regain in the north, and TLNP are going to have to do the same.
Such a good call out. That's why we saw the Q come out and the Wraith was out of there. Nizul.
He's like, bye.
I mean, what
Is that
can you
going to
do?
be in an Aurora package on their timeline from EWC Recap Day 3?
Hey, let's see if they're able to get the reset easily here, because now they're forced to play off of Rift. But with the zone closing in now behind Zipline Mafia, getting that res for AG is going to be hard, because Mafia would be able to try to fully send it onto them. Trinity, Igarashi, literally one shot, but they have the TP just in case they need to go in for a reset off the Void Nexus. But looking ahead, it's going to be Rohai. We're jumping up. It's going to be Team Vision, who are still inside of this building, playing a lot more closer onto the edge, being able to get that scan off the Seer attack and the speed boost while he's at it. Heard the Mad Maggie Wrecking Ball too. Could it be a strike? Could it find its way in? Jumping over the crates though, moving on them and breaking their ankles, leaving only Carter.
Carter is up. Carter is blinking. Carter v. Rohai, but Rohai is full health here. And the Seer Q coming in. He can't use his abilities.
Oh!
Carter trying to clutch it. Carter does it. Trinity have fallen and Team Vision live.
That was so smart of Carter breaking that fight down. He got the scan originally from the other side, saw that he was going to speed boost forward, right? So why not play inside the building that you already locked down with your own Watson fences? You play that patiently. You played behind the double knockdown, and now you get the double res. But the fighting has not stopped by this choke, because now you take a look over to Dog. And Dog Red here are looking at Zipline Mafia, Team Liquid, Zeddy, who are now approaching out of Gravity Engine. It's going to be a huge congestion for the teams stuck on this northern side. So many teams coming out of the zone itself.
Truly, I mean, AG Global, they're side questing. Niazul fell to the ring, so hopefully they can make it out with enough beds through the north. The Seer attack coming in. Jelly trying to make first contact with Killapose here. And they've got an Axel, and they're trying to connect. We invest our exhibit to try and find that information, and it does allow Dupe to back up with the team. They want to stay out of the exhibit. And plus, they got to heal up.
No Matrix shenanigans when you get the double jump here on the exhibit. The amount of double exhibits as we get a nice little replay here. The side-by-side while the live action is on the bottom left side of your screen, but it was just so beautiful. You move up, you play safe behind your own Watson fence, and you let it do the rest, the slowdown. Benefiting the clutch that we saw. Team Vision now and Team Liquid inside.
Okay.
For free, Zipline Mafia get eliminated. Nothing that they could do. And Team Liquid were just waiting for the teams that had to rotate from the northern side. And that's why AG Global, by the way, ended up rotating through Gravity Engine instead of the northern side that we could see a lot of these teams try to collapse on when it comes to trying to find that rotate into Gardens.
Well, if you remember what happened in match number 1 with Team Liquid, it was Zeddy had rotated in and they were trying to contest Team Liquid for the north. They fell to Zeddy. So Zipline, that was unfortunate for AG Global, who have had a really difficult thing here going just in the mid-map. They have Ty on the other side. Resources are down 9% until we get a pylon. But I think Yanya is trying to make a portal play behind them and into the void, past the frag grenade, and under the stairs we go.
Wait, that was really smart. Good timing on the Seer attack right there to get the slight slowdown. TIE have the advantage in terms of positioning, but with F-Chan falling, they don't have the number advantage. Having to be careful for a 3, potentially this makes Umi-chan have to run away. AG, go out first. They go out in 16th because of the other teams taking shots at them. Zeddy being one of them now, New having to back away, but it's non-stop action over onto the west side of the zone.
Umi-chan does not get out as Zeddy duplex finds Ty, and they out of the lobby. For WGR Neo, he needs kills. They're trying, but TLNP, they invest the Dark Veil. Dog Red here already has 1 player down, and Killapose is going to do everything he can to get back to a team of 3. But this activates Enerforce 36, who are on the low ground in wait. Wait, Zero's involved, and Zero is down. Team Liquid have fallen.
And they were looking to keep these fights going when they were trying to clear the northern side of the zone because they had like 3 KP, but the fact that they get dove on at the perfect time, Pirates and Dog Red kind of shaking hands with one another, while Vision being another one. It's up to Loader now. Carter was able to clutch before. He sees look good, he slides in. The hip fire shots are enough as Gaming Gladiators They take control over the fight. They come out on top and they clear the southeastern side of zone. It's really going to probably be Gaming Gladiators versus Dinos eventually, especially with the zone closing in the next 20 seconds.
WGR Neo has fallen as well during that engagement, and TLNP are looking poised. 5 kills thus far this match. Man, Nasty really wasn't kidding when he said he was going out there to coach and these boys were going to turn it around.
Said, I know you guys are playing later today. Allez les France, they say. TLNP. When it matters, with 4KP to their name and 11 squads left, this is how you start things off for a team that is desperately clawing their way up into the overall standings, avoiding the bottom 6. You can currently see TLNP now moving back just a little bit. I'm seeing the sniper shots from afar. Gaming Gladiators taking shots at them. Well, Dog Red try to be the other side of the sandwich. Zooming by off the Nitro gate. It's going to be Nate. Looking behind them while Dinos get eliminated over to the south side of this zone. It's pulling directly on top of Guardians. A different look here. Now you have the exhibit. They fully extend it. But TLNP, pretty healthy until Flask sends out that nade and completely decimates the rest of Pirates. 9 squads now left, and Gaming Gladiators have isolated their backs to the fence.
The matter of timing as Dog Red now peeks out and Lufka holding steady, and they move forward, invest the tactical. The exhibit we're still holding. We want the exhibit as a backup plan for our next fights. We can do this without it. RE45 in hand, and they take him down. More kills go the way of Gaming Gladiators, but job's not done. Interforce 36 is still here on this side of the circle, just underneath.
The Gaming Gladiators family buff keeps proving itself over at LAN for fun. Popping the shield bat is going to be Nags, looking behind, setting up the fences, painting the floors here before sliding up, getting that follow-up here onto Pita, before diving in and jumping into the Void Passage. Hold on, I love this repositioning that we're currently seeing after Tyler was able to put the number advantage in favor for Fun. Zeddy, though, are seeing this fight. They don't want to overextend because easily, with the way that the zone is pulling, they don't want to give up this space for Zeta Division to walk up for free. I don't expect them to give up their own building too with the portal, but he's looking for that portal. He's looking for the kidnap tip.
Give me it.
Oh, look behind the No way! He knew he was going to try to do it. I don't know if it was a bait to allow his teammates to actually move up from the other side of the building. I heard the sound cue. They take some shots at him, but both teams are respecting one another.
They know if this fight breaks out, someone is likely going to send it nearby. For Fun, situated in 28th place in the middle of the survival stage. PXX, 27th. Interforce 36 in your bottom 6. Take to the skies. They get the lay of the land here at Gardens.
Where is it safe? E36. They get the scans and they see the rooftops. They want to stop this team from taking control over the building. But you have to look behind you too. Literally splitting their attention. Gaming Gladiators eventually get eliminated because now everybody has to move in. E36. Synap actually being able to have his shield full though and playing off the generator is going to be able to prioritize popping this medkit while the fighting is non-stop underneath their feet.
They need to get these heals off and Obli is being picked up. Synap with the comms here. You have to be so confident in those plays and they staple it. Even Zeddy tried to make a move and Synap puts the pressure onto PXX. The Valve player, the perfect one to do it with the jetpack to be able to go up and let the Devo eat. The teammates going to have to provide support here if they're looking to do this quickly, but Zeddy's not going to leave them alone.
It finds some beautiful shots here off the RE45. Ubli just trying to keep the dream alive for E36, while Duplex is going to be able to clean some up here. PXX get eliminated. 5 squads left. It's a stack up. Zeddy for Fun. While Enter Force 36.
Down.
They get it. While Yuka gets the Kraber shot onto Tyler.
They kidnap Obli back to the low ground, take him out, and Yuka finds himself another infinite ammo Kraber. For Fun, this isn't gonna be fun.
Literally the bloodbath here as Yuka. Oh no, you gotta look behind you just in case. He fully scented seeing red after playing safe for so long, but sometimes we all get a little angsty here. With Zeta Division not leaving that northern building of Gardens since the very beginning of the game. Same thing could honestly be said about SAUL, playing into their composition of the Seer, Watson, and Ultra that you mentioned, Tiff. The Watson being so important as Yuka Kraber after Kraber. When you have the infinite ammo, you just let it sing.
What is with me? Every time I see a Kraber shot connect, I just let a little giggle.
Oh my, that would have been insane. That would have been insane, actually. That's a kidnap. Kraber, Yuka's feeling himself.
Please, I need more. I need more Kraber shots. Show me your... Oh! Well, I mean, you also going to destroy the pylon. So that's another thing they're working on, which is great. If you have a Kraber, tons of damage going out.
It's a little bit of a statement, too. If you're S8UL and you hear that Kraber.
You're like, there is a Kraber in the lobby confirmed. At what point do we rotate in? And here we are. We have the pylon. We drop the exhibit.
Oh my goodness.
Jelly is sliding in. Full sending straight towards Zeta. They get a knock, set their sights onto Yuka. Zeddy is feeling themselves.
No way you try to pull that off with the Kraber, but this is all for S8UL to slide in and take for free. Zeta Division go out next. It's For Fun versus S8UL, who took their time.
And an L-Star and a Dream with a portal.
Oh
and
my.
look at Legacy. The angles behind enemy lines. Here comes Cinetic. Sharky, though, last standing. Can he finish it with the triple take? Is hitting. And he melees up a For Fun take it. For Fun, stand tall in Gardens in map number 2.
That was so close. The zone acting like the fourth teammate there too. Talk about positioning, playing ring around the rosy, around the hedge. For Fun with the pop-off. A team that drops 8 KP to take game number 2, Tiff.
And they needed that. They were mid-pack in the survival stage. Sure, that's great, right? But you always want to feel more confident. Plus, if you have a big enough series to go ahead and get into the top 14, advance to finals, that is what is on the stakes here. Don't take your chances in a 10-game gauntlet if you don't have to.
Giving a moment for these players. I mean, you know how it is when you clutch out a dub for the rest of your team within your own respective games, how your hands feel clammy.
Bro, my hands feel clammy.
I honestly seeing you could try to pull off the Kraber shot so close like that, playing around the one pillar of the building. What a collapse for our final zone teams there, but even better look for a team like For Fun to get so much KP on top of the win.
9 kills, 5 for Cinetic alone. Tyler FPS with 3. Damage off the charts here. Second or third to just a few, but we're neighboring into that 4,000 range.
It's a good look when For Fun in game number 1 also had finished in top 5, right? Like, they got 3 KP, so now you take the win on top of it all, and it showcases that consistency on Olympus. So we take a look at the highlights here, what went down at the very end. Triple take shots, shooting out the triple take like it is a shotgun, but taking control over the high ground as the last one alive for Fun was more than enough, as the individual players for Fun had just separated each other from each side of the hedge, and Cinetic is going to be the one to take the lead with 7 KP.
Yo, 7? That's crazy. Feeling pretty good about that one with 1,800 damage. All right, we'll take it. Anyways, For Fun, though, as we look around, it's Zeta Division on your screen. We can always hear the Zeta fans in the stadium going off every time they're on the screen, every time Yuka has a Kraber. And honestly, with For Fun surviving the onslaught of that pressure from the Kraber, we saw them go down so many times, so many pushes, but the stabilization is real. As we look at our match results, you can see right there, the 21 total points for Fun. S8UL improve on a similar circle. They had 7th place in match number 1, and we get a second here in match number 2. Zeta Division and Zeddy Esports both doing well, and the fact that we get some placement points here for Enterforce 36 to drive them up into that 5th place slot. But Game and Gladiators, a lot of those fights on the east side after Clinic net them 7 kills.
It's a lot when you get the back-to-back ring pool right over onto Gardens. It may look a little different, but still being able to provide us a very similar rotation for the teams that have to traverse through the opposite side of Olympus, coming out of like the northwestern side in general. A little bit of a difficult position for Dinos to be in after our match results, and maybe trying to find your footing, right? Slowing things down, because remember, we still have one more game on Olympus before we transition onto Stormpoint for the final 3 games, Tiff, where some of these teams may be able to ramp up a lot more. But while we get ready and we set up, I'm hearing Rain Day's got an interview for us here over on the floor.
All the way from the shores of PEI, Girl has joined us here in France. Welcome, Girl. I know you've been watching the tournament and you've actually played with some of the guys here. You and Jelly just won a tournament before he came here.
We did. We won the $25,000 Bolo tournament. It was fun, and he carried me so hard. He was literally carrying the whole team on his back. He's so good.
Nemesis and that squad have some serious firepower, but talk to me. Jelly's so young. Were you impressed at him doing that at such a young age?
He had a lot of confidence. I was very surprised. It was our first time playing together, and I think he's going to go far in the esports scene for sure.
I mean, listen, despite, the wind blowing your hair perfectly and all this setup, you speak French, you speak Arabic. This is like the perfect place for you at EWC. I want to know what you feel about, of course, Team Falcons and Hal specifically. He's a guy that's easy to root for. He's somebody that you know very well. What are you feeling about him and Falcons going into this?
I think they're doing great. I really admire Hal's work ethic. He inspired me in Apex Legends and in the pro scene. He's one of the reasons why I'm here today, because just watching him and his passion shine through is really nice. So I'm hoping they do really well.
Now, of course, having Canadian citizenship, ENC coming up. Girl, you said you want to coach. So any coaching opportunities out there, holla at you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm down to do other Apex things. I love being a content creator, but I really love the pro scene so much that I wish I could be a part of it a little more.
All right, finally, before we go, who's winning EWC?
That one's really, really hard. I think if you stay tuned till Saturday, you'll find out.
She took the cop-out answer, but I love it, Girl. Thanks for being here. Okay, that's it for us at ALGS at EWC 26. We'll send it back to the studio.
Welcome back, everybody. I love hearing for those that are in the scene making waves like Girl. Love hearing her thoughts too, and how she looks up to those like even Hal, at one point a long time ago when we take a trip way back when, Tiff, both Girl and Hal were on TSM at some point representing the org here on the big stage, and Girl herself being a commentator. She has so much knowledge to provide for the game. I would love to see Girl coach, and even highlighting the young talented legend that is Jelly, literally 18 years old, and putting on her performance and seeing how a lot of these teams are feeling that pressure for fun. Just took game number 2 for those of you just tuning in on Olympus, getting 8 KP to their name, and with no more Seer or Crypto in this lobby, we got one more game to go on Olympus.
That's really great to hear. And honestly, after that game, our map winners for Fun Esports, right? That 21 points jumped them up to 88 in the overall rankings, which allows them, if I'm not mistaken, to feel safe to be able to make the survival stage. Now, I'm not going to say how the next games are going. You never know what's going to happen. But when you look at our series results, Zeta Division, 29 points. For Fun Esports, 28 points. And Zipline Mafia, your map 1 winners, 21 points. Rounding out the top 5, of course, S8UL and Zeddy. Zeddy, we were talking about that, right? So for the teams that need to kind of bounce back, I think Dinos can do it. I put them as a question mark in every lobby that they got. It's their first major LAN, and you really never know. You've got really everything ahead of you, and you can just do whatever you want and full send. That is what that team does. Aurora, though, they need to step it up. That is not what I expected, Vicky.
It's crazy. It's almost like, being able to find your stride a little late here when it's the last game on Olympus and looking at the key pressure and what's at risk. I mean, seeing where Aurora stands is just nothing that a lot of these fans could have expected too, Tiff. I mean, I'm on the same boat here. Can they really turn things around on Storm Point? I mean, when you have one more chance on Olympus, I know these zone pools, the back-to-back has been very similar. We have to see if anything's changed up, though. As we get ready to go on Game 3, I'm hearing the crowd get even louder as this day has progressed. And I'm ready as well as Tiff, because with these teams feeling the risk, they know that they have to get a lot more aggressive to secure that KP on top of the dub.
Our final match of Olympus here in the group stages of ALGS Split 1 playoffs is just now getting underway. We got to kick things off with For Fun, your prior map winners, and see basically how things the looting pass, right? If we're going to pick up the EVA 8 Sentinel. Okay, nice. I like that. We're over at Terminal here. You do have access to a ring console in which Tyler will likely get that information shortly to see where we need to full send.
Man.
Oh, this looks familiar.
That's why I started laughing.
Stop laughing. It's not funny.
I mean, another
It's hilarious.
southern, southeast zone pool, but it's, at least it's not directly on top of Gardens. It's going to be a Somers University zone. I mean, I feel like I'm living in a parallel dream with the way that we've been seeing these zones pool towards the outskirts of Somers University, and the teams that are already quickly on their road take your tip. Dinos, as per usual, going through terminal.
No ring console here for Team Liquid. They've only got a survey beacon, so they'll just have to rotate on the information. But hold on, we've got a standoff, and Dinos say, all right, bye, see you later. You guys can have the loot here. We don't need it. Back they go straight towards Dockyards, where, well, a few teams lie in wait for them. TLN Pirates likely going to run straight into Dinos alongside WGR Neo, who hail from Hydroponics. They also have some information in the likes of a survey beacon from there. And let's keep our eyes. Terminal did have that ring console, so you do know For Fun Esports already made their way over to Summers.
Well, quick with the rotate, too. I mean, look even at Aurora, right? And noting how they've been playing already over the course of these last 2 games means that they're going to be playing more so on the edge, try to isolate more of these fights and clear their backs, too, if they do decide to commit to these fights. Trinity, who have the scan over by Bonsai as well as the ring console, are moving through Icarus, where they will have to collapse on Aurora and TLNP. Over on the other side of Terminal, we saw Dinos, they dipped quickly when they felt the pressure from TIE. And now Pirates holding the other side of that fight. And Dino now getting a little bit of revenge, looking at WGR Neo. They fully send it here. The kickstart, though, is locked in. Oh, talk about the portal, though, to avoid getting hit by that. That was beautiful, by the way, off the Void Passage. Jay Future now backing away, zooming down off the Nitro Gate. And it's the way that they're trying to time these fights because they know the third party was in the vicinity. They didn't want to fully send out because now Neo get away and Pirates are right behind them.
Here's the deal, though. We were just talking about Aurora and how they need a massive comeback, and we find them pitted between 2 teams. Zach Major over there on Team Vision with the Rampage just fully sent onto effect. Doesn't matter that we're situated on all white shields. We've got the Breach Charge, we've got an Altar Portal, and we're just going to try to cause some chaos. Now, I do want to note that Mad Maggie has a 95% pick rate, 19 Maggies in the lobby. So keep your tabs on Watson's pylons and Mad Maggie drills because they're going to be everywhere.
And welcome the baby comp into Storm Point because that's definitely going to mean we're going to have an influx of Gibbies with Mad Maggies not in the lobby. No Wrecking Ball to be a threat to that dome, while Vision being a threat to Aurora. Oh my goodness, Oid Ring can catch a break. Being able to boost up into that Blue Evo to also get that next perk here for Zach, but notice how they're not trying to overextend. Why is that? Because they know other teams, north of Somers, are looking to 3P this. For Fun being right behind them here, and Aurora still trying to stay alive while Zach do closing the gap. Giving away some of the space and beaming Harako now, and the Rampage is singing, charged up. White knockdown isn't going to do too much here because it's a cleanup on aisle 3. Aurora is the first team out, and they are a threat of elimination.
8th overall on the standings here with 17 points. And with their first fight done here, you have to keep tabs on what that lay of the land looks like. You see for Fun in the highlights over there, just north of them. Enter Force 36 on the other side as well. Trinity will be the next team looking to rotate in through the south side toward Team Vision.
I just can't believe this. The fact that Aurora has 54 total points over the course of this entire group stage, and now they have only 3 games to go. They're sitting in 35th. Bottom 6 teams out of our 40 teams will be going home, and Zeta, who doesn't really have that concern. Mike is going to be able to heal up. It's a reset while Yuka's going to try to cover his back. Holding up to the high ground while round 1 is closing in. There's a lot of these teams, though, who are going to be piled up on the northern side of the zone. Team Liquid will eventually show face through the choke that Zeta's holding.
It's kind of scary for them, making their way finally down from Elysium. Slightly slower, but that's because you have to base everything on timing from other teams since you did not have that ring console. For GG, had some, decent games here inside the top 10. They already won one of their group series earlier this week, so they're situated quite nicely on the overall standings of our group stages. For Fun, your match 2 winners there. Quick look at them as we see what exactly happened to Aurora. The positioning from Trinity and Team Vision just sandwiching and that is just a tough place to be in.
Speed run of a highlight reel there, but I mean, that's what happens. Wondering what's going on with Aurora, what's going on with the comms here. Effect feeling the pressure too. After Aurora welcomed him into this roster, putting on a performance throughout Pro League, but not showcasing that consistency where it matters at LAN. AG Global, meanwhile though, also having a slow start comparatively to their performance in our other last few group stages that they've played in. While DCG now, look at Zipline Mafia, who've been stuck rotating on the outside of zone for so many of these zone pools. It's unfortunate, but Kazak is not going out without a fight alongside the rest of his team. I mean, it's just round one. They can afford this, but slowing down just a little bit, having to be careful. The Wrecking Ball slams into him. It's a back-to-back slowdown. But do you really want to overextend this? Because there's literally 4 other teams that could showface Zeddy, Pirates, who put down the portal so that way they could reset if they have to in Terminal. They show face. Zipline Mafia kind of stuck playing inside the zone while DCG now move up. They take to the skies, and this is the beauty of some of these teams having the Valkyrie.
And Zipline Mafia, those teams they're highlighting down below is going to be Zeddy Esports, but we're back into the south. It's WGR Neo making a play onto Trinity, Vols to fall, and we're looking for the full if we can. We convert, and Trinity disengages out towards the west and just starts running, looking for a regain. Other teams will definitely hear this and try to get involved. But with it just Rohak is actually, Grace's down.
It's tough to be a Trinity fan here too. Playing the Sparrow and looking to see if he could get his teammates back up. And Neo too, playing on the edge, trying to go back to Icarus. That's not going to be great for Trinity if he could try to get the reset. Team Vision have been harassing them, but it's even better when you have that Void Nexus ready behind Team Vision, just so that way the 2 other members of Vision who are looking to get ahead and find this KP can go right back to that one player who's holding it down on the edge of this next zone pool on Sommers.
I love that those 2 went and just like looted and they had like 7 shield bats on the ground. But a quick look at our circle here. You have Zeta Division in the north alongside JD Gaming. But if you keep tabs on it, you have GG, Dogred, S8UL, Team Liquid still that could come down from the north. For Team Vision, the split hold because the 2 members went to go look at WGR. Neo, who did go running towards Solar Array. A big fight likely to break out there with TLN Pirates rotating for info. But Trinity have fallen. Another game does not go their way, but they still have 3 more chances on Storm Point to make a comeback.
But with only 3 games to go, it's getting a little hot in the arena, and a lot of these pros are feeling the pressure now, moving up, seeing if they could get that 3rd player over by Bonsai. Pirates are going to be really the only one in Stasis Array who will hear this res while Team Vision hold that southwestern side of Sommers. They're not going to move from that spot, and I really agree with them too with the way that the pile is looking like for the teams coming in from the north side, and that's still without ignoring the Valkyrie teams who could easily fly over and find that free building south of Sommers that is still available for some of these teams.
Keeping your eyes out. Looking towards the survey beacon. Maybe we can get access to it and start our rotate in. Zeddy just out towards the north of them. For now, this should be uncontested. WGR Neo does get a full reset of back to a team of 3 in the south. And Dogred, well, frag indicators are real. Fights breaking out into the north. S8UL and Gaming Gladiators trying to fight this.
There's Dogred who's stuck in the middle too, while Zipline's still trying to find their journey outside of zone, outside of Grow Towers. Team Liquid will have that information. They do have that beacon available to them, and it's the fight for the Mythic Bin, which is where S8UL are holding their ground, while AG also in some trouble, but Jaguares was able to get some retaliation, forcing Dinos now to try to get the reset, but Chaos can't get the res. I love this call from AG as Jaguares yeets out the nades, finishes off DJ in the process, and they could hear floating in the vicinity Chaos just waiting patiently right behind his own gen because he's got the TP. He's going to be able to bring his teammates back to life thanks to the Void Nexus, and AG Global cannot say the same because creeping about was floating. You saw the pings. They heard him, and he was able to scoop up Jaguares and take away AG Global's dreams, being the 3rd team to fall in this lobby.
He really said, get me involved. And you have to. You have to grab as many kills as possible. JD Gaming still just hanging out above the elimination stage. And like I've said, it will be down to the likelihood of 1 kill, Vicky. So get every kill, every finish that you possibly can. TLNP on 17 points for our series. The Battle of the South likely to break out. You can see dinos on the horizon, but really our threats are WGR Neo. Drop an evac tower. Are we going to go straight towards Summers University? Because we've got to get ahead of a couple of teams, but I don't know how much space will be available at this time. There's still so many teams up.
And that's why you saw them ping to just move ahead, right? If they're one of the teams with the Axel, just take the Nitro Gate, move forward, don't call in with the evac tower. Even if you have the Valkyrie, you get the information, but after losing out on your shield, that's what's detrimental when Ring 3 is closing behind your backs. Legacy was able to get the Kraber and the infinite ammo when they had the Mythic bin right there on top of Grow Towers. Everybody takes to the sky when they have the Valkyrie composition. Gaming Gladiators, even TIE though, not with the Valkyrie, but playing off the side of the crates, and it's so much pressure as Jesco gets that knock with the Arc Star. Umi-chan going down. F-Chan now, it's only up to him, the Wraith Q, to get away. Putting in the pressure and now having to play off the corner. Nothing to see here. Maybe hoping that SAUL will fixate their attention on PXX, because Eddie are also fighting on the other side.
And here comes SAUL. PXX, you're right, across the way. I think with this Kraber, you're just waiting for anyone and everyone to peek.
TI here still alive. Saying, don't look at me, please. PXX get eliminated. The fact that the solo stays alive is another thing.
They're looking, they're hunting.
They're trying to prevent this res though. Zeddy no, having to be careful. Playing off the back end of the Gen though. Sending out the drones too from both sides before sliding in off the Nitro Gate. It's gonna be Jelly. Heads are flying. TCG2 get eliminated, and so does Zeddy Esports. Playing that safe, it's gonna be Legacy. Where did he go? I know he's around. I hear him about. They have the portals and they get the slight scan too. Do they prio trying to rotate? Does F-Chan get the res? He gets the res off the death box. They had to have heard that. They had to. Legacy then gets the follow-up, finds F-Chan. He gets the revenge off the Kraber shot. And after hearing that, they were so close to rotating out Imagine, but after hearing that res, they deviate their attention right back over to the team that they were originally fighting.
Back up on your feet, F-Chan, you go. They drop a pylon, they focus on healing, and dang, that is crazy. That pip just goes to show you where that circle is pulling, and for Fun Esports, they've got a position in that next circle. Yo, wait, did you just finish Zane with a Watson fence?
They think they're Picasso, the way that they're painting the entire map with these Watson fences. Oh my god! That disappeared, man. No evac tower, unfortunate, as Legacy also drops like a hot potato. Can they get out with the reclosing in? Jetskull, they fully try to send it. SAUL get eliminated. I was wondering what kind of communication was that? They could have put down the portal. They could have gone through the wall with the void passage. And now SAUL getting eliminated. Clears things up for the one solo of TIE. To keep the dream alive, Liquid and JD Gaming are hungry. They feast upon his body. The solo out, and Panic follows up to get the knock onto Stay Naughty once they're face off against each other.
Shields ripped apart, bats coming out, and the pressure is still on Team Liquid. JD Gaming with the positioning. Look at where Floating is trying to take an angle. The Maggie Ball yeets Panic to the side, and down he goes. From behind,
no way.
Shubi. The synergy that Floating and Shubi are organizing here. The chaos of Team Liquid, and JDG wipe them off the face of Olympus.
The fact that you're still seeing these knocks after Liquid get eliminated. What are these squad wipes? Everybody taking these fights. Thief gets a little sneaky here on the other side of zone. Did hear that they got the res. That's why he didn't want to show his face too. He saw that maybe he could have had an opportunity. As Akaba though also trying to have the opportunity to find Zeta, who are playing right underneath them, but look behind you, you may not hear it, especially with the drill is right to your back. Forced to drop down too, with the ring being right close to him. Synetic is going to be able to get the finishing blow onto Juxo that we saw earlier on, and Dino now waking up with 11 squads left in this lobby.
And you have to play this so cautiously, because look who just took to the top of that.
Goodness.
Team Vision also fighting for position and coverage in that next circle. DJ Killa, those shots that are coming through. Zipline Mafia from the high ground on the west side. playing around TLN Pirates and Enter Force 36. We come over here and Team Vision wipe for fun.
It's a tough situation to be in while Team Vision, who have been holding that entire southern side of zone for so long, especially playing off of the Altar Portal. That Void Nexus coming in clutch though. Wrecking Ball though, it's a strike. He finds Mike and Floating's upset. He wakes up. He gets the quick 2K here before sliding down. Here's the rest of the teams moving up. Gaming Gladiators, maybe his next victims. They get eliminated, but unfortunately it does get stolen from him. And remember, JD Gaming need all the points that they need. Breaking down the perimeter fence line though, and you can hear the pings. With Stay Naughty now in some trouble, needs Suppress Fire, and Floating has the Wingman in hand.
We lost out on a few teams during that, and that's okay, because JDG is looking to send themselves into the top 5. The pressure is eating the Wingman. 50-50-50. Zipline Mafia, fresh off a rotation, go towards TLN Pirates and Enter Force 36. But to the low ground we go. And right there, Kazak up on the height. Nate sends the portal. Xenon goes up, and down goes Nate.
The abduction! The fact that they're forced to go down too. I mean, they felt the pressure off the drill. Kazak is able to get that knock originally. Now Zidane is forced to play off the lip of this fence line. Playing off the head glitch from both sides too, but having to take a different angle away from Kazak's point of view.
Oh no.
RE45, but he has to get through all the knockdown shields, just enough to be the nail in the coffin to delete Pirates. 5 squads left.
They fell with 4 KP, so still points on the board, but it's Zeta at the top of the series for Olympus thus far. We're healthy. We're near center of circle, but you have to keep so many eyes out across the board. Enter Force 36 potentially facing elimination, but this big game can start to turn things around.
Purple Perch for Synap and Evac Tower to try to take onto the high ground, while Zipline Mafia are down to it with the zone closing in. It prevents Kazakh from being able to reset, from being able to get the res. Zeta understand this situation. They're playing alongside the Bins as well as the Gen. They hear the fighting here as JD Gaming Floating, taking a different off angle. They have 6 total KP for this entire team, trying to elevate themselves as Sasuke is going to be able to find Carter. E36 getting the trade off too, while Floating has been trying to farm, finishing off Team Vision, wrapping behind them. Zeta,
oh my,
will they be next? He's going crazy. He misses out on some of those wingman shots, which means he misses out on getting the 2 KP as Justin picks that up.
An Arcstar knocks down 2 members of Zeta, and JDG finished them. Into the top 2 we go. E36 and JDG, the teams at risk of going home, are giving it everything.
What did they feed Floating? As 2 squads, JD Gaming are looking to take the dub when they need it the most. Floating! They have 10 total KP. It's up to Stay Naughty. L-Star in hand, playing up the knockdown. Only 1 member left as JD Gaming. At the very last second, they take the final game on Olympus. They are your Game 3 winners.
There's a reason that we are so hyped talking about this team. 2nd seed from Americas. 15 kills that game. I lied, sorry, that was dramatic. 13 kills. My bad, still 6 though.
Still insane.
Still good though.
Like what?
25 points. A team at risk of going home. Do you know how massive 25 points is for that?
When you were on the later half of the overall standings, it's massive too. Because you can at least have some room to breathe when you only got 3 games to go. The shouting, the vibes here. They're looking at Zach, the trade-off after Floating. Came in for the flank, by the way.
Yo, Floating is cracked. Like, Floating is so cracked. It has been so sick to witness the comeback. And dude, we've been following Shubi since Challenger Circuit, right? Do you remember like the lone standing Bangalore from Challenger Circuit that was just full sending everything? It is a true grind. And how long? Naughty, first land IGLing. I mean, look, this is Vicky and I's last cast for the group series, mind you. And I'm so curious, so I'm gonna say it here live. Grace, Snipe, y'all said JDG was gonna be one of the teams from Americas going home. We'll have to talk later.
I don't know if that's gonna happen when you have somebody like floating in a perfect flow state, willing to take some of these fights, go around the outside of zone just so that way he could sneak up with the pop-off, the side-by-side. I love the energy that we're here seeing, and Stay Naughty taking just a deep breath of relief.
But it's just such the dynamics between both of them because, you know, when you have that, knowing that you both need all of the points there at the end, 25 points. Look, JDG, guys, was 1 point outside of the bottom 6.
Yep.
They just kept toggling. We were out of it, but not by much. And you throw 25 points down, that moves you 7, 8 positions up. And sure, you might have to fight through that survival stage, but if it took a bit long to get warmed up on land, you might need that.
I mean, when you go from game number 2, the first team to go out of the lobby was JD Gaming. And now you move on to our final game on Olympus, game number 3, and you end up not only taking the double with double-digit KP. And it also goes hand in hand that at least in match 1, they finished in top 3 with 10 KP, even though going on after that game 2, you're the first team to go out. You still were able to get double-digit KP nonetheless in that first game. Now you get the dub when you need it before we transition onto Storm Point.
I mean, I'm just looking at the stats right now. 23 kills in 3 games. Floating's responsible for 10 of them. Naughty has 7, Shubi 6, but Floating has done almost 5k damage. He's the one player on that team with a positive damage differential, and it's 1,500.
Wow.
That man deals out so much more damage than he takes. So not only good at getting kills, but he's evasive.
It's actually insane the way that he could frag out and also reposition himself, because it's really important, right? It's all about that positioning and the way that you try to take some of these fights. And Floating was cheeky in that last game, whether it be creeping about, taking out the last member of AG Global, playing on the outskirts of the ring so that way you could go in for a flanking position, and constantly getting away with it is what you like to see. Because now as we change maps, it's about carrying that momentum when you have a different look of the POI draft. Hearing that we got an interview ready on the floor, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. We got so much more action here within the ALGS. I want to hear from our desk.
At the halfway point of this group stage on the final day, we still have time, but it is running out. I'm joined by Effect here from Aurora Gaming. Effect, I don't have to sit here and tell you, obviously, the scenario that you guys are in and the scenario that everyone else in this arena is in. But let's be clear, you guys are all absolutely incredible players. But what has it been about this LAN that's made it such a challenge?
I don't really have anything to say, like much to say. I have no idea. It's just our first LAN and first time getting used to playing like the way Yarka plays, the way we play in zone. So that's it, just the experience.
As I've been saying, motivated within the comms and staying positive in like this uphill battle that you're in right now.
I'm staying like neutral. I don't have like that much of emotions or anything. A little bit sad, of course. Don't want to go out from group stages, but we still have 3 games.
Exactly. The reality is you've still got 3 games, and of course you've got loads of fans still supporting you both in the arena and of course at home. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Sorry, English is hard. It's okay. Hopefully we don't disappoint you.
I tell you what, you're an incredible player. We can't wait to see what you bring in the next 3 games. I'm not going to take up any more time. Thank you so much, Effect, for joining me here. I'm going to send you over now to Rain Day with another interview on the other side of the stage.
Thank you, Barney. I am standing here, and it may look like deja vu, but no, it was yesterday that I spoke with Pandas. You were in a pretty different state than you are now. Talk to me after that final win that you guys just got a few games ago to ease a little bit of pressure that I know you have been feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it just took a lot of stress off of our shoulders. Like, we still got to get a few more points on the board, get to that top 14 so we don't have to play tomorrow in the Survivor Series.
I talked about the palpable nature of the tension that's here in the arena. You've seen it, you felt it. Your players have denied interviews not once, but twice. I don't know if these are the Kings or something, I don't know. But at the end of the day, it's because they're trying to stay locked in. They know that any slip up right now means they could be going home.
Yeah, I would rather have my players be locked in, not gonna lie, coming into the series, you know. We had an okay first 2 days, but now it's our chance to really prove ourselves on land.
Talk to me about the mentality really quickly before I let you go. That locked in, what does that look like for your team? When they're focused, when everyone's playing their best. I talked to Cinetic earlier on in this season. It was one of my favorite interviews about him taking on the role, switching to controller, obviously bringing Tyler into this lobby and into this team and saying, I can lead a little bit with the damage as well. I don't need a Zane to do that for me. What does it look like when your team is playing at their best, and what do you guys need to do in these last few games?
I mean, everyone's just so consistent when we're all together, calming together, you know. Going into this day, I was telling everyone to keep their energy high and start off strong. So once that gets rolling, the team is just unstoppable. Like, we won't lose a 3v3.
Congratulations, man. You guys have done well. Listen, if you guys deny me one more time, it's going to be hell to pay. I tell you that. Third interview's a charm. We're going to get him over here. However, I got my man Barney Banks sitting over with Kazakh, waiting to talk a little bit more.
That's right, Rainday. Third time is the charm. Third interview is the charm. We got Kazakh here from Zipline Mafia. Kazakh, talk to me first and foremost about the experience so far at this LAN, with this live crowd, in this environment. How's it been?
It's great. A little bit hot, but overall good.
It's a little bit hot. Things get sweaty. Things get heated here on the main stage. Now, with that performance that you guys have shown up with today in the day 3 of the group stage, it looks like you guys have saved yourself. Did you kind of have that sigh of relief when you finally put up some big numbers and now you're feeling a bit more comfortable, right?
Yeah, we planned this. We were looking for our game, and now finally we won.
So if you're playing again tomorrow, what's going to change? Like, how is kind of being, before you come onto this stage, how has it been like communicating with the boys before you come out here? Like, what's the plan been every day? How have you made adjustments?
So as an emergency sub, I just played with the boys 2 weeks of scrims, but I hope we won't play tomorrow, but day after tomorrow in finals.
I love it. I love that positivity. Kazakh, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Best of luck in your next 3 games, and we'll see how it all pans out. Back to you guys in the studio.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Awesome, blow the house down.
Man.
It's definitely a different atmosphere here at the Korea City Grid Arena, as honestly, a big shocker that we have had. We expected JDG not to do that well, but boy, did they step up, and with that performance, I think they're going to be saved and not getting eliminated.
I mean, yeah, Naughty really turned it up there, and you can see the energy and the passion and, you know, everything going through it, but, you know, they're on the cusp. I did some calculations. They are still on the cusp of, you know, sort of going under that red line. But obviously, I want to sort of touch on Aurora. We sort of saw that sad look on Effect's face. But I do want him to know you still got 3 more games. And it's basically JDG and then Aurora that are just needing to fight for that position. So I do feel like Aurora might need to do something incredible this, and I really hope Effect, you know, can shake off that kind of attitude and just really go for it, because there is still that chance and opportunity these next 3 games to push themselves out of that bottom 6.
I mean, speaking of JDG, we did have our doubts, but I will say, floating, absolutely engaged. He was looking like he was being ranked out there that game, actually. He was just sending absolutely everybody on repeat, making several plays and getting this KP on the board. However, I will also say, Naughty winning as IGL on LAN Dream is still alive. It could happen at this point. I'm so happy to see the change of pace, because we were losing hope quite a bit right there, but this is the form that, you know, that took them to the top that they were.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever seen someone's face on the main screen have as much relief as we saw Naughty's have after they pulled out that win, and his team, they just all embraced each other. It's like, hey man, this is like what we spent all year getting to here, and it's really awesome to see them prove us wrong up here, as it is a team that I am happy to see do well, considering, you know, we have some other pro players. You know, we had Zero talking a little bit of trash, and it's good to see Naughty kind of breaking out of that shell of people kind of underestimating him as just being, you know, this crazy fragger in the past, and now he's taking on a more important role and really showing up at the stage when it matters most.
That's the floating we're used to seeing. Like that is the stuff that we knew that he could do.
Now we just want to see the effect that we're used to seeing because Aurora, I mean, a lot of us expected them to do what some of the other squads earlier in the day were able to do, right? NIP showed up, Alliance showed up. What's going on with Aurora? I mean, we saw the body language right there out of effect. Not really, you could tell that he didn't want to be there. So thank you, Barney, for doing that interview with us, with him. But what's going on with Aurora? Take me through the mindset of what could be happening with that squad right now, Grace.
I mean, you heard it himself. He says he doesn't really know. Like, this is the thing. It all comes back to experience. He even said it himself. It's just experience. I'm not used to playing with Hiarka's way of IGLing zone on LAN. And that is a different from playing online, because you have to remind yourself that playing all of these tournaments, playing ranked is different from pubs. Playing Pro League or CC is different from ranked. And it keeps going, and LAN, especially at EWC, when the stakes are so high as winning 600K, is even higher. Of course, they're going to get affected by it.
Yeah, I kind of want to point out something there. I mean, the stakes are higher, and I think this is something that people don't really take into consideration. When Hiarka won the Year 5 champs, no pressure, no one thought they were going to win. There was not a single person that literally went into that, and for him as an IGL, you don't have anything to worry about. Anything better than what people were expecting was an over-accomplishment. And now that you have that first place and you pick up someone with the accolades that Effect has, you have pressure to uphold where he came from on Alliance, not to mention getting first place in Pro League in the EMEAs. There's no real pressure online. Everyone's comfortable in their own homes. There's nothing like that. Yet you get to this stage and you start off slow and have these bad rounds when all the more expectation than you've ever had on you and your team is now placed on you. And we're seeing that maybe take effect here, literally, because that's 3 games in a row that they dropped barely anything and were trying to force fights early on, hoping to get those points that they needed, when in reality, maybe all they needed, just like we've seen with these other teams, was to just find a good spot, get to zone, and let the kills come to them. Seems like they might be forcing stuff, and now that they're in this position, they might have to do that even more.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the body language right now to us. We're looking at the keys, which at some point, I'm pretty sure we'll get a chance to crush them. Aurora doesn't want their keys to be crushed. They're wanting to continue on. How can they get themselves out of this mood that they're currently in to make sure that they push up, as we're going to be looking at the overall, and then at some point we'll see Aurora and we'll see how far away or where they currently are in that standing.
I mean, this is the thing. I think everybody saw it in that 1v2 he has as well. If you follow the match, he's getting desperate. He's clawing at absolutely everything. And at some point, and I'm sure, Snap, you and me both have gone through it before, where nothing is working and you just go, screw it, I just have to 1v57. And when you have that mindset, it's either make or break. And I think for Effect personally, it's not a good thing, because he can get into his own mind, and that will cost him, because he is a phenomenal player. But when you play, because I've played under other RGLs as well, when you just feel like, hey, nothing we're doing is working, we need to change something up, it's really tough, because at the end of the day, you have to follow your RGL, and if you don't and you split ways, you gotta be Pepega together and not split.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was kind of tough seeing that image of all 3 of them sitting there, because, I've been in similar situations where you feel like you're about to get bounced and your teammate might have his head down on the desk. Someone has to step up, tell each other to put your headphones on, get rid of the noise, lock in, and just hype each other up. Tell your IGL, you're the best IGL in the game. Make it seem like you have confidence in each other so you come out, because when you're just sitting there all with your hands on your head and you're just staring at your monitor, it's just such a bad precedent that you all just are, I'm a real believer in just energy, and what you put in is kind of what you get. And to feel like that and to see that is not what you want to see if you're an Aurora fan heading into these final 3 games.
Yeah, and that's what I was sort of touching on. Like, you just got to shake off that kind of energy. Still got 3 more games to lock it in. And if we want to move over to let's have a look at those more bottom teams there, we can see where Aurora currently sitting, because like I said, is just in bottom 6. But they are incredibly close to getting out of that. Obviously, after JDG's performance, they got out of that bottom 6 just then. So it is an incredibly tight spot right there, and still 3 more games. They're able to do that. It's definitely right there. Applicable. Yeah, there we go. Let's
there
have
you
a
have
look.
it.
Yes.
I mean, Aurora right now, 37th place, only gotten 3 points today so far. there is the benchmark right there that we're currently seeing. Can they do enough? Can they actually knock themselves into their head? Because like you were mentioning, Grace, it happens to some players, right? It happens in the past. And Snipe, I'm gonna be sending this to you because I want to know, like, what can Effect do to make sure that doesn't happen? He doesn't get into his head. He doesn't start overthinking in these 3 matches, knowing that there is a chance that they could end up going home if they don't start putting up points.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just one game at a time. But when we look at that page, the bottom 3 are already out.
Yeah, they're already
They're
out.
not even really a part of this anymore. We are looking at the highest elimination points that we have seen yet. It's at 63 right now is the cutoff. And Aurora's at 54. So we're looking at minimum 15 to 20 points minimum to try and get them back up. So we're already pushing into the 70s for a potential cutoff here, and that's pretty extended. But if there's the team that has the firepower to do it, they're doing it. We've seen Enter Force 36 already work their way up, JDG working their way up. All these teams that we talked about, Zip, all these teams that we've talked about that have the potential to do it, there's only one left, and we're going to see what happens.
I mean, we can even see it right here on the footage of the cam as well. So much pressure. People just staring into the sky, whether they're closing their eyes and meditating for a few seconds just to see what can we pull out to make it, like, dig ourselves out of this hole that we have dug for ourselves in the first of 2 days. And it's really tough. Currently, the cutoff is at what, 63. It's definitely gonna move up. Yeah, it's definitely gonna move up. And the thing is that it's super competitive. Everybody just really want it. But this is also this to me is the beauty of esports, because it's one part that we don't really dive into a lot. We typically dive into the champs. We typically dive into the top 2, the best teams of each region. But the reality is someone has to get sent home. And it's soul crushing for the people that have worked so hard to be here. But it's also what makes this game so very beautiful, that everybody is putting in their best effort. And that's the competitiveness is literally Apex.
Yeah, I was actually going to touch on Pirates. Still in that same sort of situation, right? They were just under that as well. It was something that we could absolutely see these guys sort of pull it out within that 3 matches. But honestly, it's actually so neck and neck in this leaderboard. But look, I feel like this team is turned up in these last couple of matches. I don't know what has been happening in those previous ones. Yes, and which, we got to chat to him before, and I was like, we're about to do an interview, and he's like, I'm gonna go coach. And all they needed was the Nasky vibes, I feel.
I mean, sometimes a coach, especially with the experience in Nasky, can make that difference. And for today, it has made that difference. The question is, we're done with Olympus. Storm Point's gonna be coming up for those kind of teams. Can they do enough? And I know you wanted to talk about Nasky, how much of a difference that can make for a squad like the French squad.
Tanned Nasky now, by the way.
I mean, we just looked at the view, and they were in way higher spirits than we just saw when we had Aurora on the screen, and they're 11 or 9 points less than them. So I think for them, they came in with only, I think, 24-ish points. They were last place, and for them to already have 25-ish around this series right here is good vibes. They know they're doing well, and if they get another 25-30 points, they might be that 35th team to try and get them right outside of it. And it's going to be interesting to see. But Nasky comes in, he is able to give them a little bit better of his own history as an IGL, keep their spirits up, because people don't realize that this is his first day here. There are 2 bad days. They actually did have a bit of a coach replacement, and he came in and he's replaced the vibes. He was super confident, said he had a great feeling when we were in the green room talking to him, and we know a big history there, and there's a lot of things that I'm sure he can bring to an inexperienced roster at a big event like this.
Well, there you go. We got the PO with this. Sorry, I'm just shocked. I'm honestly shocked that Aurora is currently where they are, that JDG was able to climb up. With this POI draft that we have on the screen, Graceful, is there anything that you're seeing that kind of points out that might make Aurora's job even harder?
Definitely not harder. They're at Sito Station. There's plenty of drops right here, or even zones. We've seen several in Jurassic. We've seen several move up. Surely, if it comes to wall, I still think they have pretty much of a prio to get in there. They're in a super solid spot depending on where the zone pulls. However, if we're looking at, Stormcatcher perhaps, it might be a little bit tougher. I think overall, they can make this happen. And now it's literally do or die. If they have 1, maybe 2, like 2 donuts, they need to drop like a 40 bomb to make it through, and we can't have that happen.
Well, we saw what being able to get a good POI draft can happen in the earlier series for some of these squads. Now you're saying it's looking good here for Aurora. What are we expecting out of Aurora in this last 3 matches?
God, they just need one pop-off game. They just need to do everything within this first one, and I reckon they're going to be absolutely A-okay.
Well, let's see if that's gonna happen, as ladies and gentlemen, the final 3 games of the group stage is here. Let's send it over to Dan Gaskin in Onset.
Thank you so much. Here we go then, everybody. It's time to send some teams home. The group stages will come to its conclusion in 3 games' time. We haven't got many games left. There is not a lot of points left for these teams to accumulate. Dan, it's scary time.
It's getting a little bit terrifying for these players. You can feel the nerves amongst the audience, amongst the players, amongst the coaches, amongst the casters, amongst the analysts. Everyone is just feeling it at the moment, and for good reason, because we will be sending 6 teams home. We know what that cutoff is right now. 65 points is what everyone is chasing, but all the meanwhile, teams are still trying to qualify for the top 15 mark. You're trying to get into those finals where we get match points, so there's a lot to play for right now.
It certainly is indeed. Remember, top 14 straight through to match point finals. For everybody else, you're going to play a long day tomorrow to join them and have the opportunity to make the match point finals. But unfortunately, the real story here is who is going home. 6 teams will be eliminated today at the end of these 3 games, and the place it's all going to take place is Storm Point.
And the one team that is in that bottom 6 right now that is on the tip of everyone's tongues, Aurora. Can they do better here on Storm Point? They're at Sito Station. They prioritize this as their POI draft. Expect them to put points on the board here, but will it be enough?
Well, they've got an option to rotate nice and quickly from Sito, one of the most central POIs that is available here on Storm Point. So if they can't make the most of this, they've got to look themselves in the mirror, and they've really only got themselves to blame. JDG have started to come to life. It's been the story of some of the big teams coming back to life today, Dan, in this day of group play. The question is, can Aurora do the same, or are they going to be the first casualty?
A lot of the teams we thought were dead in the water have been able to have that one game to just put them in the comfort zone. Aurora need the same. One win here, suddenly it changes everything. It changes the narrative. It changes their confidence. Now, in terms of where we're going for zone, we're heading up to the northeast. Great news for the likes of Vision, PXX, and For Fun Esports, who can just be able to transition pretty quickly into this one. And then composition-wise, Mark, we are seeing a lot of Gibraltar, and for good reason. Gibby is going to be very important in this one, but what that does allow is Valkyrie going into match 5.
It certainly does indeed. Now, one thing to keep an eye on here is with the zone, Lightning Rod is going to be very, very busy very, very early. Looking at where the finish could be, though, potentially on that hillside, actually between Stormcatcher and Elrod is where we could end up. So a lot of options for teams to play if they can get there early, but if you're arriving late, you are going to be relying on that Gibraltar-Newcastle combination to give you that cover to play.
Yeah, still 14 Valkyries, but not enough to get banned, which means she will be available for match 5. So expect to see a lot of Skyward dives going into that last circle, or at least the second to last circle. For now, some of those teams who are further away can prioritize on looting and making sure they can get those evos up a little bit as well. But then you've got the early movers, the likes of JDG, the likes of For Fun, Vision, Zeta Division, also moving very fast from Zoo Station as well.
Well, it would be a little bit of a Cinderella story if Pirates managed to come back from the position they started the day in rock bottom, but they've got some work to do, and they've started off pretty well. 24 points from the 3 games. Confidence certainly on the up, because after yesterday's performance, it probably was about as low as you could get. But for Team Liquid, it's been a quiet start in this series as well. Now, they've done the majority of the work, but remember, even if you qualify for that match point finals in that top 14, where you place is going to affect your POI draft position. So they need to find some points here to give them the best POI draft to make sure they're comfortable in those finals.
Yeah, currently Liquid sitting in 4th in the overalls, which would be a pretty good position for the POI draft, but they have GG and AG Global both breathing down their necks, and maybe an outsider of Zeddy. There is a possibility that Liquid could drop as low as 7th after these games, and yeah, okay, you're still in a relatively good spot in terms of your POI draft, but not as good as being in the top 3, top 4.
Well, AG, quite the way to go here. I think they've recognised that with where the zone is, they're probably not going to have the best of prio to it, so just taking time to make sure the evos are as high as they can be on those shields, making sure the attachments are as juicy as they can be on those guns as well, before they try and force their way forward. Enter Force 36 with the team who are entering into the wall just ahead of them that you saw in that zip line. And then outside of the zone here, Trinity and Aurora taking a look at each other, and what an impactful fight this could be.
Effect was down, but has been picked back up. It was something I wanted to bring a little bit of an attention to as well. Effect throughout Split 1 was incredible. He was oftentimes bringing this team through, slaying out, being the top fragger on the team and in the lobby at times. He has not found that same kind of consistency at this LAN yet. Is there too much pressure on his shoulders, and how is he going to deal with this pressure?
Well, it's an interesting composition that they're running here as well. Alta, Sparrow, and Fuse. So when we talk about that zone and how open it can be, not really a lot of options for any Legend cover from the abilities that are available for Aurora. So it's going to have to be brute force the way that they work their way into this zone. Hasn't started off great for them, like you mentioned. Already Effect was down, but he's been brought back up. And outside of the zone, Trinity still holding them on that high ground. So Aurora might have to think about just wrapping down to the south here.
The thing is, the Aurora of old, the Aurora we saw through the split, would happily take that fight, but they're a little bit worried now because they don't have that much time left with only 3 matches available. Anyway, PXX having to bubble here. JDG are going to be on the other side of this.
Yeah, a couple of bubbles going down. I think everyone should be safe. Knowing the third party is awaiting, you don't really want to be taking a fight, and even with PXX losing a player thanks to the triple take here of Blasts, you'd have to be a brave man and a brave team to want to push onto this if you're either JDG or GG giving up your spot.
Blast trying to hit the toes there with the triple take, just letting the rest of the teams know that GG are certainly present and in that area. It has been a slower series for Gaming Gladiators. As I was mentioning, they're in 5th at the moment in the overalls, but they also have a chance to push themselves up a little bit further for that POI draft. But JDG, first place in the series right now, started in the bottom 6 before we got into this. And they've secured their spot in the survival stage, but how far can they go? I'm not sure they're going to be able to have enough to get all the way to match point finals, but it's not impossible if they were to get a couple more wins.
Well, AG Global and Enter Force 36 are continuing to be a little bit too close for comfort, and I think we're about to get this engagement that we thought we might get a few moments ago. Gibby Ult's going to go down. AG are forced to drop, and Justin will get that knock. However, the motherload from the Fuse of Yanya is going to make sure that that gets evened up. Obi wants this though. He drops in with a massive. He gets absolutely deleted. And Sidem now, no Valkyrie to escape from here, so he's got to try and win this 1v1. Drops behind Niesel, jumps back up into the skies.
Brilliant.
But he's got to try and deny this res.
He dropped down just to initially deny the res, but he felt like he was at a little bit of a disadvantage. Now the bubbles come up. This is going to be so tough, but he re-engages once more, gets to a 1v1.
Yeah, that's the re-knock coming in, so it's still a 1v1. Knockdown shields being played with. Synap uses the missile swarm, but he's not connecting with many bodies here. He's just connecting with knockdowns, but the big shots, they're the ones that count! And it's going to be AG who win it. The clutch coming in from Niesel.
And Enter Force 36, a team who is very much at risk and vulnerable down towards the bottom of the leaderboards. They needed that fight. They're on 68 points at the moment. Only 5 points ahead from those chasing teams who are in the bottom 6. So they're going to have to sit, wait, and hope some of those teams below them get eliminated thereafter because they're the first team to go.
S8UL, just moving out the front of Command Center at the moment, trying to work their way uphill towards where this zone is going to be going. Relove are in front of them. Grabbing that Evo Harvester means that it's going to be a little bit more comfortable for them to do because they've got the purple perks available now thanks to those armors being leveled up. Having that triple Gibby ult is going to be very, very important here for Jesco.
And a few of these teams now just taking their time with this rotation. They don't need to rush. They know they are going to be beaten to a lot of the prioritized areas, but there are of course ring consoles, survey beacons you can hit on your way just to gain that extra little bit of information and hopefully make it a little bit more comfortable when you do arrive to that zone later on. S8UL just need to be aware that there could be a team in the area, so they're just scouting things out at the moment as we check back in with the Pirates. You said it, it would be quite something if they were able to find their way out of these elimination places. Not impossible. There is so many points still available here with 3 matches to be played.
S8UL did just go back into Command Center momentarily to hit the ring console. Oh my, shot. Gibby's still a big boy, even though he can move. Still a lot to hit. Interesting to see if S8UL actually try and take the high ground off of Dinos here. Around the Spider Cave outside of Command Center. In the meantime, Igarashi is down on his back. As Fafa Fifth with this longbow. He's given them some openings here. However, it looks like Igarashi will be brought back to his feet. Newcastle does his job. And Trinity will continue on their rotate.
Trinity, who are in dead last at the moment, they can't afford to be going out early in these games. They need to have what feels like a miracle at this point if they are going to find themselves into that survival stage tomorrow. We check back in now with AG, who are starting to approach onto GG here.
Well, Yagaris just blew blasts up. Yanya had already taken down Zane. And poor old Lufka is hiding behind the office desk trying to survive. And even though he gets one, GG will be eliminated. This is happening all the way over in Zeus Station, deep into zone. And with Niazul brought back to his feet, they will have the opportunity to hit a survey beacon here, AG, and possibly hit the balloon that is over here on the north side of Zeus Station to catapult themselves into zone. However, it's very busy, and even that survey beacon, even though it'll tell them where everyone is, doesn't look like there's many places for them to go.
AG Global now send themselves up into third in the overalls, just with those 3 kills. That's how close it is in the top 5 of the overalls at the moment. And again, they have a fantastic chance to potentially finish second in the overalls, really, when you look at it, competing with S8UL to try and prioritize themselves in that POI draft. If you're unaware of what the POI draft is, by the way, if you're a newer viewer, the teams get to draft which POI they will be dropping at, which can be such an important factor to the ALGS.
Certainly can. Zipline Mafia, by the way, the perfect picture of the name of the team in that moment. All of them just in unison hitting that zipline to get up to the north. A little bit of a replay of some long bow shots coming in earlier. It didn't mean too much,
Let's check that place out.
as they did get that res momentarily. That's pretty much the most action we've actually seen outside of the POV of AG Global, who have been looking to take fights. Speaking of which, here is another fight, and hey, surprise, surprise, who's on the end of it? It's AG Global. They're running at everyone on this northern side.
And this is one of our top teams against one of our bottom teams. Is Trinity out in 18th place. It's more doom and gloom for them. They are getting closer and closer to elimination from the whole tournament right now, as AG just keep powering through. Speaking of elimination, Aurora down to just Hiaka now.
Hiaka on the Sparrow, inside of zone. This is not good for Aurora fans. Oirain's trying to sneak back to his teammate. And even though they can get one up potentially here, Effect is just a death box.
And maybe you can steal in, grab that banner, and then dip out the other way, but they very much got focused as they tried to wrap on this eastern side. It's Zeta Division who have eyes on them, and for fun also joining in as PXX do get eliminated in that kill feed.
S8UL just getting punished in a corner here, having to play behind the mobile shield of the Newcastle. And coming behind them is going to be AG Global. They are confident, let me tell you that. They've already got a bunch of kills in this game. And if they see an opportunity to get some shots onto S8UL, then Jesco's going to have to hope that he can get that bubble down just at the right time.
Well, AG, it's
who's next?
On to the next one for them. Team Liquid seem to be in their sights, but also now this is just a good rotation as they start to get closer towards the northern side of this zone as well. And they're happy to take any fights, full of confidence right now. By the way, all the meanwhile, Aurora have been able to wrap round to the southern side as a duo, relocating. Don't know if they're going to get much of a chance to get back up to a 3 right now, unless they can find a crafter on their way, which there are crafters, but there are also teams in those areas as well.
So AG not quite safe as yet. And what's the next play for them? They slide down towards the cannon. On the bottom side of the hill, you can see Oirain and the remaining duo of Aurora. Now, these kind of moments, these kind of games, as a duo, sometimes something special happens. One thing that helps being a duo is when you've got a mobile respawn beacon and you've got Effect's banner, and all of a sudden, with 20 seconds left on the zone, Effect is going to rejoin Aurora. They still have so much work to do, but at least they can do it together. While all that was going down, Zipline Mafia were eliminated from the lobby. DCG know where Aurora are, and they just want to hold them out here.
Dog Red just arrived in the area as well from a Skyward Dive. So there are going to be 2 teams holding out Aurora, but you have to give credit to Hiaka grabbing the banner and being able to get his full team back up now. So they've at least given themselves a chance. And you might be wondering, why are we focusing so much on Aurora?
Tiarka's down.
Aurora, one of the best performing EMEA teams that we had during Split 1. Effect, arguably the best fragger in the game, or one of the best fraggers in the game, and at the moment, they are struggling. They are in those elimination places.
And with the IGL down, and the fuse already used here by Oirain, what is the plan? Effect is having to squint because he's got absolutely no attachments, no sights on either of his weapons, and they are just being peppered, being held down with 50 seconds left. It is looking like an absolute nightmare for Aurora in this game. Team Liquid to the skies though. They will slam into this spot. The wall goes down, the bubble goes down as well, and they're able to stabilize here.
Have the new castle as well. That castle wall is going to be planted, I imagine, by both teams where possible if you stay up. Liquid get aggressive, they apply a lot of damage. For Fun desperately need to stabilize, and the gen gets ripped away from them. That's good pressure from Liquid.
Only problem is for Liquid that Zeta Division were looking to cross at them and not letting them push. Every time they tried to step up and capitalize on the damage that was done, they were the ones who went down. AG Global, finally, their run of terror has been ended, and it's going to be by Team Vision who get those kills. And Party coming in though. It's going to be the Pirates.
Vision and Pirates, both in very different positions. Vision are chasing the top 14. Pirates are just trying to stay alive right now. But a huge fight nonetheless. As if it even happens, as Oirain's just gone down in the kill feed as well.
Sedan bubbles forward. Aurora have been eliminated. 2 games to save the tournament for Aurora. 13 squads now remain. And every single step, every single movement, every single pull of the trigger, with just 2 games remaining, becomes more and more important to how these teams' day is going to end.
I mean, every fight matters right now, and as you say, every bullet feels like it's impactful. Whether you miss or hit, as Dog Red get eliminated on the south, they were held out by DCG.
It's about 3 or 4 teams up on this building. You've got Pirates, Team Vision, you've got Neo, and you've got Dinos all on top of each other. And with Zach Mazer down, Carter has a lot of work to do, but the double swing comes in from Neo. Lota, it's all up to you. Jumps back through the void passage, back behind the knockdown, but with just 10 HP, it's not enough to survive. Team Vision will be eliminated.
But they are on the cusp of top 14 at the moment. They put points on the board, that's what matters. As they chase a position in the match point finals. As now the bombardment start to come down, people starting to use those ultimates just to try and reposition, because you get desperate now. When we move from this next zone, there's no more buildings left available. It's going to be a lot down to those Gibraltars in the bubble just to give you a little bit of space.
DJ Killer threading the needle with that R9, but as you can see, they just can't push at the moment. Someone needs to leave this building, or someone needs to take this fight. There's only 15 seconds left, and look how far they have to go. JDG, they will be eliminated next in the lobby as well. It's Zeddy Esports who take them down. The teams who are in best position right now for Fun, SAUL and Team Liquid. Zeta Division also in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, For Fun's movement over to that eastern side has been huge for them. A massive chance to win this game. Their biggest problem is going to be Team Liquid. We look though at TIE right now, who are about to go up into the sky, assess the lay of the land, and they're going to notice that a lot of these positions they would have liked to have played have been taken already.
They're going to land right between For Fun and Team Liquid. Zeddy landing in a few moments' time as well. TLNM Pirates also up in the skies. A lot of teams taking the aerial route. Now, Neo, having done it latest, have the opportunity to see if there's a third party that they can land upon. Instead, it's going to have to be the low ground here. And they're going to have to get that bubble down nice and quickly. Look at the damage that they've taken, though. Liquid are holding strong on this high ground.
Liquid reluctant to commit, though. They're just going to wait for this bubble to pass, and they should be able to delete Neo relatively easily. They're just worried about the other teams to their east.
Breach charge goes in. Relove just been eliminated in the meantime. Neo are out next. Liquid pick up a couple of kills there. Panic will take home 2. As Zero finds another one. Liquid stays so healthy during that fight as well. Look at the bubbles though, just popping up all over this zone. It's a great indication of how little cover there is to play.
I feel like I'm in a theme park with the amount of bubbles available right now, but you've just got to look at 8 teams, make it 7 as Dinos get eliminated. TIE go down. We're down to 6 squads. There's not enough playable space. There's not enough cover for all of these teams to hold together. As Team Liquid still will hold the high ground here at the moment, but they are being pressured by 2.
Well, Pirates are leaving it all out there in these games. 3 games gone in this series. They've played the best Apex they have all tournament long, and now they're involved in the end game. One man who could change a team's fortune, though, is on your screen. Jelly has an infinite ammo Kraber, and 1 bullet changes maybe just the complete flow of this end game if he can connect.
And with that latest kill from Team Liquid and the latest assist from Zero, that is his 1,000th career assist in the ALGS. Quite a big milestone to pass.
Legacy's position really important here for S8UL. He is closest to where this zone is going to end, and in the safest spot, and they are trained upon the position of the Pirates. Sharky's going to take down Kaino, forces the bubble. One team taking up into the skies there. Didn't quite catch who that was. It's going to be Team Liquid, actually with a late Valkyrie here to see where everyone's positioned and to try and flush someone out. Pirates still alive, by the way. They are surviving, but by the barest of margins.
The barest of all margins. We've got 6 Gibraltars all available. It's going to be 6 bubbles. And actually, we might see a few more skyward dives because everyone knows once these bubbles go down, you have no cover.
Well, the Pirates are known usually for what they do on the sea, but this time it's going to be the skies that they go to as they hit the Valkyrie. For fun, trying to stop the Reds coming in from Zeta Division up on that high ground. Satuki and Yuka are down.
For fun, are having a fantastic series, really flowing now. As we check back in with the Pirates. You haven't heard about Sky Pirates? I know full well they can do some damage.
Well, Nate should get the armor swap, but he's got to take down some bodies before he does so. Can he deny the Reds here from Zeddy Esports? For fun are down. Top 5, top 4. And Zeddy will fall, and the Pirates and Nate are making a late run here.
And Nate can go up into the sky, avoids all the gunfire, and actually there's a position to play here. You can go unknown. No, you can't. S8UL, they do spot him.
Can he buy enough time, though, to get healthy? He's going to jet up into the skies, and that's going to be the end of the Pirates, but it's another good game for them. S8UL just down to Legacy here, as Team Liquid look like they're cleaning up the low ground.
Liquid have had this plan from the very start. It's been calculated and methodical, and now they just need to finish it off.
It's 3 versus 1 versus 1. Satuki down, Yuka down, Legacy, the solo alive for S8UL, and Mike the last player here to try and deny the clear win and the road to victory for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid will put another win on the board and another statement to put them up there as one of the favorites for this tournament. They send themselves up into 2nd place in the overalls. They want the best possible position in that POI draft. And I tell you what, there is an outside chance that they could catch Elite Esports. They would probably need 2 wins from this point, but again, not impossible.
Well, Zero looks like he's ready for a break. But if I'm him, I'm sitting in that chair and I ain't moving too far, because the position and the execution from Team Liquid in those final moments and from the very start of the game was absolutely superb.
I mean, it's an exhausting one for an IGL. There's so much you have to keep tabs on. Some brave decisions made as well to sometimes hold their position, other times to say, look, if we skyward dive, we gain so much information over the rest of the lobby. We can reassess, and in that meantime, think of all the damage that's been done to some of the other teams as well. But huge points gained for so many teams that needed it in various different ways, whether they're looking to try and survive or whether they're looking to try and find a place in those match point finals.
And we're going to have to talk about it. It's an awkward conversation. It's a difficult conversation. But Aurora again fall. They really did not look comfortable. They tried to wrap on that eastern side, on the hillside towards the zone. They got caught out by Zeta Division, who are watching their back, and from there just weren't able to reset, weren't able to get comfortable. And they fall early in the lobby again. My question to you, have they left it too late here? Is there enough time for Aurora to get themselves out of this mess?
Judging by the composition we just saw, they're uncomfortable. They're not finding the points they would usually find. This is not a composition we would have seen in Split 1 when they are looking for points on Storm Point from Sito Station. That being said, it was a relatively difficult zone for them. If they get one that's a little bit more favorable, they are a team that can put big wins on the board, and they're going to need it. You heard what Graceful said. You need 30 points plus really to feel comfortable here, if not more. Aurora are capable of it. But listening to the interview from Effect, he said, look, it's our first time on land, things are a little bit shaky, and you can see it in the way they are playing. But they still have 2, and that's what's important.
Team Liquid looking like a championship winning team right now, I have to say. The form that they're in, the way that they're fighting, and the way that Zero is calling zones and IGLing them into fantastic positions. It feels like they've got everything. A little bit of magic from Panic. The solid kind of control that Sykes is giving them on those anchored legends that he's playing. And like I said, the way that Zero is IGLing is absolutely superb. You really are seeing the best of Liquid and what you expected to see when this team came together.
They are all playing the best we've seen as a team. And whilst we've seen them play incredible on separate teams before, they've never really gelled like this in this way. And we knew it was coming. It felt like it was just a matter of time before we saw them at the top. And they really are putting all those pieces together as we look at some of those results. By the way, AG Global, they finished down in 15th, but they got 9 kill points. We saw the strategy they were employing as they were pushing every team in their way. And as we look back at some of the highlights, I was saying how it was very important for some of these teams to find points, but we now have our second confirmed team eliminated from the competition. Team Heretics have fallen into that bottom 6, and remember, they've already finished all their games, so Team Heretics are out of the tournament.
It's a shame. Of course, we have to send these teams home. We've got 4 more spots, unfortunately, available for other teams to fill up, and unfortunately they're the ones you do not want to be in, because it means you'll be going home. This is the end game that we did see here. Zeta Division did such a good job, I will say, in a lot of those final moments, and I think great zone call again from them. One thing I've been very impressed about with Zeta is the fact that they've kind of adjusted from what we saw on day 1 to be a little bit more zone orientated as the tournament has continued. They've adapted well, and they've looked extremely good. Rain Day and Snipe Down are down on the floor. What did you take away from that previous game?
Well, thank you, gentlemen. It's hard not to take away another Team Liquid win. Top performers across almost every single day we've had at the group stage here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 26. Rain Day and Snipe Down. This is Green Room Talk on stage. Snipe, we've been watching these games. Obviously, we got to lead with another Team Liquid win. They're forcing us to talk about them. That's not been the characteristic over the course of this split, but on land, they have become a different beast.
Yeah, I mean, what better time to start catching your stride than right now? You have Zero, who's just been one of the most accolade IGLs in the world, and missing the last event. It sounds like he's got to come into this one, do twice as good, and get that first place. He's one of the only things that he's missing is that EWC title. And honestly, right now, I mean, we've seen the 2 most consistent teams are Liquid and Elite, and they are, they haven't slowed down in any of these lobbies. Elite almost went 3 for 3 in winning every single one of their groups, and now Liquid's honestly in a similar situation where they're right at the top and just continuing that. So it's impressive to see how well these teams have done, and they're showing up when it matters most.
North America and EMEA have found the most success at the highest of levels in this lobby, but there are teams who have found not a lot of success. We've seen one already go home, that's Heretics, but we've got other teams like TLNP, Pirates, who actually are all French, featuring Zidane, a former championship winner with Hyreka, who's also a member of Aurora. You would think maybe one of those teams would have the edge on the other, but they're both struggling a little bit, not quite safe yet. Talk to me a little bit about the struggles and on the bottom end for Pirates.
Yeah, I mean, TLMP was one of the bottom 3 teams. I think they came in today at 40th with mid-20s points. So for them to already be performing this well, they are in contention to make it out of that. I thought the bottom 3 was done for coming into today with just how these performances were and the continuation. I don't know if it's the Nasky effect, if it's the Zidane and having that, championship IGL with you, but honestly, bringing in someone who has that ability to calm you down, bring in some laughs. We know he's a jokester, and we saw it when we were talking about it up top. Like we looked at Aurora, who was just dead silent. They weren't really having comms. Then we looked at TLMP. They were laughing with each other. That was not a team you see on screen that looked like they were in contention for elimination. And I love that. I love that energy. And having that just makes it feel like we're taking this serious, but no one's blaming anyone, and we're going into this thinking we got this. And right now, they are in a position to continue that on a couple more games with 5-6 points apiece, and they might be pushing that 70-point threshold, which is going to be right at the cutoff.
At least Nasky doesn't have them doing any shenanigans with the Tridents, because Tridents don't exist anymore in Apex, so we'll leave that one in the past. Good stuff, Nasky, for keeping the boys engaged as well. Let's talk and shift focus quickly before we get back into our games onto a teammate of, a teammate that said this about Duplex. Underrated. This team, Zeddy, with Deeds, Duplex, obviously Jelly, they have been so good, and they found a way to kind of have that slow start turn into something that will allow them to continue in this tournament if they keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, this is is another team with amazing vibes. I was talking to Jelly and Duplex a little bit yesterday. We were sitting in the stands together, and I mean, this was one of the most underrated teams. They were barely at the North American cutoff to make it here. I think they were one of the 11th or 12th seeds coming into this from America, so they were right there. And for them to be here, it's impressive. You know, Deeds is second place at last EWC, and for him to come here, be the only one from that roster still here, I'm sure there's a lot of experience that he can bring to them, and it's really cool to see them do that well. And now they're pushing to get into that top 14. They're really close to that cutoff, so we'll be watching that as we go forward.
Hopefully Deeds is also saying, guys, I know elimination is on the mind, but when you get second, there's a lot of good stuff that happens to your bank account when you are at EWC. So keeping the sights set on the prize, hopefully Deeds is helping the boys stay connected. All right, Snipe, thanks so much for the interview. And chat, we've got more games coming up. These 2 games, they're going to determine officially who stays and who goes home. So do not go anywhere. More Apex coming up.
And that Apex is going to continue right now as we head towards the next match on Stormpoint. Only 2 more games to go to save your tournament, or maybe solidify a position in tomorrow's or the grand finals, while match point finals, which is coming up, of course, on the final day here at EWC. Now, let's talk about cutoffs, Dan. Let's talk about points. This is where you do your best work, and I'm very excited for you to tell us exactly what number is the cutoff right now.
The cutoff is currently 67, and I'm sure the Zoomers will be excited for that one, but Kirasami Havoc, they find themselves in that spot. They're safe right now, but if one more team passes them, they will be eliminated from the competition as well, just as Heretics were, because they've already played all of their games. But one thing that does favor them, they are 10 points clear over any team that is currently playing at the moment. If we were to see Dog Red, Pirates, Aurora, and Trinity all fail for the next 2 games, Kirasami could still somehow scrape through.
So there's still a chance, is what you're saying.
There's always a chance.
I can feel the Zoomers bouncing, by the way, when you said that number. It's
I mean, judging by the players, we've had like 6 of them do 6-7s during media day, so maybe they were the ones bouncing.
That's true, that's true. Let's see if they can continue bouncing on our main stage, though, as we head in towards the next game. We're in the character selection screen. Interested to see what compositions are going to be run now, because we always see things get a little bit spicy when it comes to comps. Teams down at the bottom start to get a little bit desperate. We saw some interesting compositions being put together to try and be a little bit more aggressive from some teams, because they know, quite simply, they have to get points, and the best way to do that, the only way for them to do that, is to pick up some team wipes. We really are going to see some interesting things going together when it comes to comps, when it comes to team fights and aggression in this game number 5.
And a key factor to those compositions, there is no Gibraltar available. Gibraltar is banned after the pick rate that we saw in match 4. It does still mean Valkyrie is still available to take you up into the skies, but it's suddenly very difficult when you're landing if you don't have that bubble available. So the pick rate for Valkyrie will go down significantly here, but still expect lots of Newcastle available, maybe some Rampart to come in as a little bit of a replacement for Gibby.
No more cover for my brothers. We'll have to see who kind of fills that role. Newcastle might be able to do so. Watson starting to come to the fore as well. A little bit of Rampart, a little bit of Altar, and Fuse is also in the lobby. Pathfinder also. Wraith. There's a lot of different compositions, as we say, as we go into this game number 5, the penultimate game of the group stages. And we're starting off with Team Liquid, the winners of game number 4.
Oh, I love it when this happens, by the way. Newcastle is the most picked legend. So going into match 6, no Gibby, no Newcastle, which changes everything. Now, bang, there you go, Aurora. There is your chance to stay alive in this tournament. It is a great zone close to Sito Station. You can prioritize your movement fast. That being said, I am double checking to see whether they have a ring console, because that does change things here. But are they going for a different composition? Yes, they are. It doesn't matter. They're going for Sparrow, Bangalore, and Alter here with their comp. So expect Aurora to be looking for fights rather so than hunkering down.
Yeah, interesting to see how they're actually going to play this one. It's a zone where they had Prio, but they don't know that they had Prio. So for Team Liquid, their reward for winning the previous game is Barometer being their POI, with the zone is coming right towards them. And we saw them making the most of some of those Barometer zones yesterday. Now Aurora. Is there something special in the waters of Stormpoint for them to take advantage of here?
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fans hoping so, especially those here in the region of EMEA in Europe. Some very popular players. And Aurora, this is an interesting decision. They are hunting Trinity. Trinity are the lowest team we have in the competition right now. Bottom of the barrel leaderboards. And Aurora were potentially looking to see whether they could pick up some free KP here. The other side is Dog Red, who are another team who are down in the bottom 6. So there is a clear game plan here for Aurora.
Over to Jurassic, center of Storm Point for fun. 34 points on the board for them, so in 5th place in this particular series. And look at the kill feed. Effect is down, Effect is finished. And with that, have Aurora's chances also been finished? They can head to Down Beast. There is a crafter there. But with the prio that they had from Cito, to then have to go to Mill, then have to go all the way to Down Beast to get the res, oh, Aurora up against it, man.
And this is what I was saying when you asked me after match 4. They're not playing a composition to play the game in ways that we've seen them play the game. Sure, they didn't even have a ring console at Cito in the end, but typically they would have just moved and looked to, play the game a little bit more normally, but they've gone for something left field, really, out of left field. They've tried to push teams that are a little bit weaker that they might think, and they've been punished for it because both teams sandwiched them in the end. They will be able to get him back up, but they're going to be late arrivals, so expect to see Aurora chasing down some teams as we check in now with Neo, who are currently being chased by AG Global, and we know that AG Global are relentless with their pushes sometimes.
AG Global thinking, hey, this has gone pretty well for us previously. This is the shot from Rohai.
Kadinga.
Boom. 97. And the Flesh starts to see it. Trinity looking for a Newcastle. 108! That hurts. Pretty sure the Newcastle did manage to hit that survey beacon, though, from Dog Red over at Bean. Zone's getting very busy, though, down. A lot of teams already there.
Yeah, both Trinity and Dog Red in desperate need of points as well. They probably wouldn't really want to fight each other. That being said, if you do win that engagement, you get one step closer. And Dog Red said, yeah, we don't really fancy it. We've got enough information from our survey beacon.
In Unicism, they're going up. Oh, DCG! Rest in peace. It's for fun. You pick up those KP.
For fun on the hunt. They're trying to secure themselves in the match point finals, and even though they're a little bit off, again, still doable. They are 10 points off the cut at the moment. That is not unachievable in 2 matches by any means. On the other side, for Relove DCG, they're only 13 points ahead of the teams that are chasing them. So, again, it is another difficult position to find yourself in going into that match 6, because those 13 points can definitely be cut down here.
Rohai been a nuisance with this charge rifle. Just give a little check-in on where Aurora are, by the way. AG Global are over on the northern side of Checkpoint, which is where Aurora are trying to rotate to hit a ring console. This is what we're seeing right now. Now, do AG know they're there? Well, they will now, because the Sparrow Arrow is going to let them know that somebody's close.
Aurora looking to see if they can pick up anything here. Here's AG Global that they're chasing, and honestly, with how Aurora have been playing at the moment, they're not going to be confident about a fight, let alone are we going to be confident in watching them take said fight. And it almost just feels like they need one. And I've been speaking a lot about Effect, right? But Hiark, a LAN champion, bear in mind. Potentially being eliminated in the group stages here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026.
We'll have to see if they can pull something out of the bag here. TIE down the low ground of Barometer, though. They're going to have the Watson fences up. Hold on to the Gen for now. Interesting to see the position that Team Liquid did take, actually, dropping over here at Barometer. They're playing this most western hut that you can see at the top of the zip line. So they obviously believe that the zone is going to be pulling their way away from the main structure, where they played so successfully yesterday. Neo on the hunt here. This is a long way away from where the zone is going to be going. And it's AG on the other side of it, and even though you feel a bit stronger on that zipline, when everybody's shooting at you, even the zipline can't save you.
These could be some important kills for Neo as well. They're another one of these teams that are down towards the bottom of the leaderboards, outside of said elimination places right now, but certainly catchable. They want to try and create as much distance as possible, not just in this current situation, but also in the leaderboards as well. Yanya looks like he's going to be the player to just hold them off a little bit and allow the third to run away and escape. But Neo will be more than happy. An extra KP they'll be delighted about.
They'll take it. That's another point on the board. You can't take that one away from them. And Izil did manage to get out on the Pathfinder, which is always a good thing.
Question for you. Are you usually the player that puts your life on the line to allow your teammate to escape, or are you the one escaping, Mark?
I've already left.
I don't think that's actually true. You're the first to go down. I'm not
Only
the one who's already left.
only after I killed 2.
Kill 2, where are you? Well, Vision, they are very close, by the way, to knocking Virtus Pro down into the survival stage. One more point for Vision, and they will find themselves currently in the top 14.
With Zeta Division, who are inside of the POI to their south, and they're just holding this hillside for the moment. Belgrade have tried to move into that hut and were very quickly eliminated by a combination of For Fun, Liquid, and Zeddy Esports. That was not a comfortable landing. And that's what happens when Gibby is banned.
And that's great news for those teams who are outside those elimination places. It is one of our teams in the bottom 6, eliminated, not getting any points. And Dog Red still find themselves 10 points shy of that cutoff now. They have one more game to try and find enough points to stay alive.
Zeta now moving up, and they've actually taken the height away from where Team Vision were. Lotus is going to get caught out here, and he's going to get taken down. Satuki and a combination of Yuka will do that damage, but here comes Zach Mason. Great shots with that alternator, the double tap going crazy. But there's the movement from Yuka. He's absolutely lost him, and Yuka makes this interesting. Carter reloads that R99, swings behind the knockdown shield. Can't quite connect, has to change to the Hemlock. Reloads the R9, Carter versus Yuka inside the mess. There is the knockdowns, he's firing blind. And he will win that fight. Carter will delete Zeta.
A huge fight to win for Vision. It puts them temporarily
Here comes Dinos
into that top 14, but now Dinos arrive. Carter, the priority is escaping. See if you can get away. Yes, you've banked those points. Yes, you're into the top 14, but you still want to go that one step further.
Zach has both hands up in the air. It's almost a cinema pose from him, but I don't think it is cinema. If Carter gets taken down, he's going to try desperately to hit this cannon to escape, and he just about manages to do so. But where is this landing? I tell you what, it looks like it's safe. Neo are playing the other side of the fence line in front of them. There is a crafter just up this hill, and Carter might have done enough to survive here for Vision.
And to be honest, I think I'm fairly certain with those kills, Vision may not even be able to be caught with the position they find themselves in that top 14. Of course, I'll leave that for the admins, but they are pretty safe at 109. It does put Virtus Pro down into that survival stage. Unlimit now would be the next at risk, and then after that would be Alliance. But I'm thinking that maybe Alliance might be okay at 108, but we will wait and see as we take a look at that zone and where it's going to be heading. Aurora have been able to find themselves on that western side, Mark. I mean, it's not a bad area, and if you look at their route in, it is Trinity that is waiting there for them.
Yeah, zone pool's going to be interesting. If it keeps going towards Team Liquid and that western side, and of course they made that zone call off of the fact they dropped at Barometer, then Aurora might be on the quieter side of this zone. Now Carter's deep in zone right now, and he is being chased down, and from one cannon to the next. Carter is a human cannibal.
I mean, amazing, really, when you look at some of the positions these teams find themselves in and how every single fight
what is going on
matters so much as we're having a fight in zone between Neo and AG Global.
This is zone 3, by the way, so this hurts everybody involved. Neo are deep inside a zone holding AG Global. AG Global are thinking, what's going on here then? After getting that reset after we saw initially, it was only Jaguares who managed to get away. And now with the zip line going down, you have to wonder if it will be the second time we see this fight ending in the same way.
It's just a silly fight to take, really, isn't it?
Very silly is how I would describe it. Yeah, you're quite right.
I mean, less to lose for AG Global, and Neo, they're probably just thinking, look, we just need to put points on the board. So they're also just very eager to get involved in some fights as well, thinking that maybe they won't get the chance for points later on. It's For Fun in the kill feed once more.
Now the zone, as we check in with Zeddy Esports, and Dupe is brought back to his feet. Jelly from behind the gen. That's Jelly's gen, don't go near it.
You know, Zeddy have been going quietly about their business throughout this tournament. There is nothing quiet about this fight at the moment. They are more than happy to be aggressive and look to this KP, but they've walked into a Watson fence.
Never did that. Gonna send out the Kickstart drone here to try and survive. TXX trying to move in alongside Dinos here. It's a little bit of a mess at the bottom of Barometer. As XD has to slam the castle wall down just to try and get Peter back to his feet. There's Void Nexuses. There's guns with no bullets in them that need to be reloaded. There's new castle walls. There's DJ Killer. It's absolute chaos down at the bottom of Barometer here.
It's chaos, it's carnage.
It's an infest.
In the result of it all, will anyone actually benefit from it? Because they may all just be scooped up by the last remaining team that comes on in to join these. This Dino, they walk back. Maybe they can go back up.
Is everyone going to survive here?
Everyone may survive, but JDG not surviving. Neo are now getting aggressive onto them. They want the kills.
AG Global have been eliminated in the meantime. Neo now just down to 1. Naughty. Caught off guard. Shuby. Almost going to be taken down. Oh my, 1v2. But not enough to survive as Vision move in. Zeddy Esports also eliminated after Neo go down, but the zone is what I wanted to talk about. It's moved all the way to the northern side of Barometer. Aurora now have a chance.
Neo do get kills on the board though. And even though Neo had previously left the ring to try and go kill Vision, then got killed by Vision, what's important was they got those 3 KP, which puts them into 30th position. Just creates that gap that I was talking about from the chasing teams. Will give them a lot more security going into match 6. Now, there's the preview of the zone you were talking about. We head up northeast here. Pirates
are got a chance.
One of those buildings. Pirates, who currently sit in 36th position on 58 points, 9 points away from that cutoff.
And Paris will pop off if the Pirates manage to survive today after where they started off.
I mean, we have to give Paris something to cheer about today, right? Nothing else happening later.
You are a brave, brave man. A braver man than I.
Well, Aurora, as we check back in with their journey at the moment, it's been a quiet one in this game, but most importantly, they are still alive, which again leaves a chance. They're on the northwestern side as S8UL. 43 points right now in this series, and they are flying. They're in 3rd place in the overalls as well. What a tournament it's been for S8UL.
Well, I say Aurora have a chance. They still have a lot to do. Now, they are close to zone. A lot of the teams that are on the Barrow side will take each other down. There are some Valkyrie ults that will be being hit right now to try and get closer to zone. But what do Aurora do from this position? For Fun Esports, just been eliminated in the meantime. It's now 8 teams will be in the spectate screen watching what takes place in these final moments. Round 4 is closing. 30 seconds left on it. TIE will fall next.
TIE go down, but they're in a relatively safe position at the moment as now Aurora start to move a little bit closer towards zone. They have found a rock that they can play around here.
I think they're trying to pinch Zipline Mafia with Team Vision. 2 teams staring at them.
That's a lot of damage.
Get these KP, but it's Vision who are picking them up. The points aren't going to Aurora. Unless they can get one, but they don't even get that. I think actually, excuse me, Oirain did get 1 point. But now he's got to retreat back to his teammate with no smokes available. He's got to do it the old-fashioned way.
Even though they didn't get the kills, just 1 as you mentioned, I think the important thing was they eliminated a team that is ahead of them. That is a position they could play as they try and continue their rotation. And they are putting more placements on the board as well as we get into the top 10 now. It's 1 extra placement point gained from the previous that they had.
Bro high in his charge rifle, still rattling them off from high ground.
I mean, I love the position for both Trinity and Pirates, by the way. 2 teams in that bottom 6. As E36, they've spotted out the likes of Aurora and Team Vision here are both a little bit vulnerable with where they currently reside.
Well, this man knows how to win a LAN. Obli on your screen. A huge moment for APAC North when he was able to lift that trophy. Some time it feels ago now. S8UL now moving up as Dinos will be eliminated. And they've got to make their way a little bit closer to zone as that northern pool continues here. GG weak inside of the building, and now the swing comes in from Legacy. Beautiful stuff. GG eliminated. Half the lobby is gone. 8 squads remaining, and now Legacy's got an infinite ammo craver to play with.
It's a race to second in the overalls.
Here comes Aurora.
Between S8UL and Liquid at the moment as Aurora about to enter a huge fight for their chances.
Well, E36 took a lot of damage, and I think they sense this. They want to try and push. They want to try and flush them away from this position. But you can see in the movement here of Voirain that they are a little bit nervous. They can't overcommit. They know that even if they get kills, if they take damage and it's not clean, then their game could be over.
It's a must-win fight, but E36 are retreating. They're playing zone, and now suddenly, with the castle wall going down, Aurora might get held out here, but Effect gets an opener. They needed it.
SAUL look down onto N and force 36 and clear the threat. Now be SAUL looking out as Voirain will go down. Effect does make the cross though. They are safe in this corner, but SAUL will be able to look down upon them. But can they stick the res here? Voirain has got close enough to his two teammates that they could drop him an armor here if they wanted to, and Voirain will be back in this fight. Aurora survive. And boy, did they need to.
SAUL, they got distracted by Liquid. I think Liquid saved Aurora's life there without even knowing. And Aurora now able to loot up as well off the death boxes of E36.
Team Vision have so much space though. As we jump in with them, everybody else in the lobby is ahead of them in and around that main building. So they can just bide their time. They can wait and walk this in if they need to. 3 Valkyries left in the lobby as well for some Skyward dive action if needed.
Five teams, make it 6 teams on this southern side, by the way. As you mentioned, Vision, they hold the entire north.
Hurry, attack here.
I've also got confirmation with the kills Vision have found and the points, they are mathematically through to match point finals as well. As Zach Mazur's taking a little poke towards Aurora.
Get your asses there.
Oh, and he's pinging as well. He's notifying the rest of the team that there is a vulnerable squad on this right-hand side. It's the last thing Aurora want.
He's taking the Void Nexus to join his teammates a little bit closer to the zone, I think, here, Zach, in a few moments' time, and indeed he does. So Vision now as a 3 on the outside of this structure. Now, Aurora, the good news for them is that everyone in that building has to leave, has to take care of each other, and may fall into their sightlines. Now, there's not a lot of KP picked up by Aurora, but from where they were, they're involved in an endgame. PXX eliminated. 6 squads now remain. Bangkok could go a little bit crazy in the endgame as well.
Legacy's hitting shots as well with that Krabi. Aurora, they just need placement points. Team Liquid have a difficult push out here, but I love this at the moment. Use that gen in the wall just to give you a little bit of cover. The shield's going to protect them as well.
Panic also. Barely any ammo left in that Prowler, but it might be enough to start the fight and invite Vision to collapse in behind SAUL. They are going to pick up some of these kills. Beautiful shots coming in from Carter. As Vision, who control the most space in this lobby and in this game, start to fry. Trinity are gone. Aurora still alive. It's all up to Effecto, who's only got around 20 HP. He's bouncing through the portals. Aurora dead, but it's a top 3. Now over to Vision to clean this up. Liquid have members down. Zero's the last man standing. It's not back-to-back for Liquid because it's time for Team Vision to celebrate.
Team Vision are going to the match point finals. The question is now, how high up can they get in that POI draft? They're in 4th position in the overalls. They've caught the likes of SAUL and Team Liquid to make this very interesting going into match 6. And all the meanwhile, Aurora's top 3 puts them 2 points away from that cutoff.
Wow.
Pirates, their top 5 puts them 7 points away from the cutoff. The teams that were down and out have given themselves the best opportunity they could have going into match 6.
And with that win, it's the first win of the tournament for Team Vision. And there was a moment in that game, remember, where we saw Zach's hands go up. The cinema moment. Maybe he saw the future. Maybe he saw exactly what was going to happen in that moment. Let's think about the fact that they were down to a solo a few times. Carter had to perform some gymnastics across cannons to keep them in that game. But I think we just got proven to us in Apex Legends, even at this level, if you can stay in the game, you give yourself a chance. Vision win it, Aurora get top 3, who at one point, both those teams looked out of it.
And when your backs are against the wall, quite literally with Aurora, they played it smart, they played it intelligently, they just looked for placement points. They just have to crawl over this finish line. It doesn't matter how they get over it as long as they get those points on the board. But it was Vision who, as you quite rightly mentioned, from just a solo at one point to getting back up and then dominating the zone, manipulating that final circle in whatever they wanted. They were bullying teams on the right, on the left. They just made sure they were the last team standing on the north.
So the boys on Team Vision get that win and, like you say, solidify their position in match point finals. They can afford to have a little bit of a feet up moment tomorrow as they watch the Apex Legends continue with teams trying to join them. Team Vision fans feeling very, very good about it. Why wouldn't you? That magic number, by the way, that was on that banner there, 67, is still the cutoff point.
It is still the cutoff point. Kirasami Havoc, as it stands, are still going into the survival stage, but the chasing pack are getting very, very close indeed. There's those 19 kill points that Vision were able to pick up to make a 31-point game. But it's there in number 3, Aurora. They get 10 points. As it stands, they only need 3 more. But that being said, there are still teams behind them, so they would potentially need even more than that, depending on how it goes. But for some of the other teams down in the bottom, the likes of Dog Red, for example, they got eliminated early. DCG got eliminated early. They're still in a dangerous situation as well. But one other story that is developing, For Fun Esports. They find themselves on 101 points, 5 points away from making match point finals as it stands. Bear in mind, at the start of this, For Fun Esports, they were just hoping to get through to the survival stage, and now they have an opportunity to guarantee match point finals.
And TLM Pirates, the hometown favorites, have given themselves a chance. And is that going to be one of the keys that gets crushed, or will the Aurora key survive another day here? Man, we always get to these points in the tournament, and it's like, I look at the leaderboards, I'm like, how's there one game left? And like, how have we got to this point again? Where the stakes are so high, where the tension is so high, we've always got someone who shouldn't be there, who is there.
And honestly,
I just don't know what's going to happen.
How high the points total is to get into that survival stage as well. I think Snipedown was talking about it on the desk, or metaphorical desk. It's just so tight at the moment, the competition here in this tournament. You think back to yesterday's games, actually, even the games we had today in the previous series set, we had 3 teams tied in first place.
Yes.
For goodness sake, that's how close it was. This meta has allowed so many teams to catch up and close that gap with some of the best.
One thing to highlight here is legend bans. Newcastle is the next legend to be banned. Now, Valkyrie is still here, has made it through to game 6, but the legends that are banned, if you're joining us, Crypto, Seer, Mad Maggie, Gibraltar, and Newcastle. Now, giving Newcastle, we know kind of the staple when we get to the later ends of these series. We're giving you that cover, but now with the 2 most defensive legends out of the lobby, there's gonna be some guns up big moments. Big team fights won by good aim. And I'm excited to see which teams kind of have the nerve to take them, have the nerve to really push the advantages when they present themselves. Because if you're in an elimination spot right now, the idea of taking a fight is not just taking a fight for the KP now, it's your tournament can be over if the fight does not go your way.
And realistically, there's only one team who has to play some crazy aggressive comp, and that is Trinity. Now, this is the lay of the land. This is the top 10. These 10 teams will be going to match point finals as it stands, and realistically are pretty much guaranteed with Zeta Division 117.
Why couldn't Elite get one more point? That's really bugging me, by the way.
Well, maybe Liquid can catch them up and surpass them. You know, if Liquid have a 35-point game, suddenly they're on 200 and they get first place in the POI draft. And S8UL, with the way they're playing at the moment, I wouldn't put it past them to find a 40 bomb. So there is still potential for it to change at the top. But then it starts to get interesting as we move over to the second page. Remember, that cutoff is at 14th position.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Unlimit hold 14th place at 106. Virtus Pro are now down in the survival stage because they're not playing. They won't be at match point finals. But then we look at For Fun Esports, the only team that's left on that screen who is still playing and chasing at 101. They could push Unlimit down. Now, these are all the teams that are going to be in the survival stage, and there are a couple that are still chasing for that top 14 as well. Most likely, we're going to need to see something absolutely miraculous from them if they are going to find themselves in the match point finals. Not impossible, but down at the bottom,
this is the scary part, right?
74 points for them.
This page is, yeah.
This is where it gets
That's the cutoff. Like we say, Kurosami Havoc right now, 67 points. 66, 65, 60, 57, 43, 31. We know that Dory and Trinity, unfortunately, are already eliminated from the tournament, but there's still a lot to be decided in this final game of Apex Legends in the group stage. We'll find out what happens in just a few moments' time. We're going to go for a quick break. Match number 6, the final match of the group stage, comes up after this.
Esports World Cup up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are fast approaching the last game of the group stage. So let's set the stakes, Looty. I'm going to kick things off by saying 4 of the bottom 6 teams who will be eliminated today are currently playing on stage. Only a handful of points required to make it into the survival stage for some of those teams. So this match, it literally is all on the line. We have a few in the bubble, which means coming out of the survival stage into that top bracket, getting into the finals on Saturday. But it's all to play for, Looty.
Et ouais, il l'a dit, mesdames et messieurs, Barney vient de l'expliquer. 4 équipes peuvent tout simplement être éliminées, mais elles peuvent également remonter. Et les Français peuvent le faire. Est-ce que vous y croyez? So I'm gonna ask to everybody, please, ladies and gentlemen, for our last game of this group stage, make some noise! Okay, here we go. I'm gonna do for the clapping, bro.
We're gonna do it one more time. Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, as we throw into our final map of the day, one last time, make some noise! It's all on the line. Let's do this.
Well, here we go then, everybody. The final game of the group stages. We will confirm who's going through the match point finals and who is going home. Who will be back tomorrow for the survival stage and who is going to have some hearts broken down. This is it. Storm Point is where we go for one more game and one more chance to save your tournament if you're sat in that bottom 6.
I'm sure there's so many teams and players that are nervous at the moment, and also a lot of players who I'm sure are very excited for this game as well, because they've already secured their spot and now a chance to show what they're made of and try and improve their position in said POI draft. Vision being one of them. This has been their best series so far in this tournament. We knew they were capable of this, and now they're putting on a show.
The zone is always our first talking point, and we're going up to the north. This is an interesting one. We're going out towards North Pad by the looks of things. Maybe for a little trenches zone, Dan. I know you're a big fan of them. It's your personal favorite.
I do love a trench finish. I don't know why. It's just a little bit down and dirty, isn't it? But maybe perfect for the likes of AG Global and Dinos, as they can take some of those northern positions, which are very difficult to take off of them once they find them. And as a reminder, our 4 teams that are currently in the bottom 6 that are still fighting for their life, if they die, they will be out. Aurora, Pirates, Dog Red, and Trinity. Unless, of course, they put enough points on the board before they go down.
And there's still a very good chance of doing so. It is so close at the bottom. For Trinity, well, their tournament is essentially over. Only 6 points so far from these 5 games, and with Rohai on his back and Zipline Mafia chasing them down, there might be a sour taste left in their mouth here.
Trinity would need a win, and quite a big one as well. And whilst it is not impossible, as Mark's alluding to, with one player already down, it's not looking great, but I think that, again, there is going to be an escape artist here. Get one away to get Rez back up onto your feet.
Well, guess who's coming to have a look at this? The team who moved from Sito Station in the previous game towards Mill are back again. It's Aurora who are looking to move up on third party, but they've actually taken a fair bit of damage here. And Dog Red is still very, very healthy in this. Now, I wonder if Aurora are going to disengage. It looks like they have actually just moved away ever so slightly. As For Fun Esports will be eliminated. That is big, Dan.
It is big. It means they will not be progressing to match point finals. They are guaranteed, though, to be in the survival stage tomorrow. But they only needed 5, as another team will be guaranteed out of this tournament. Trinity eliminated. Neo go down as well. Neo probably okay at 74 points, but it's going to be a very nervy finish in this match 6 for them. As for Aurora, it is more points on the board. They now find themselves 1 point behind the cutoff.
1 point confirmed as well with that kill. Over towards a little bit further away from the zone, where we're going to find ourselves some Pirates. Another team who have really given it everything today, Dan. A scary moment for them coming into today with the position they found themselves in after a couple of lax days, but you can't argue that they've put it together when it mattered. It's just, did they leave it too late? They're over a pylon here. They've got SAUL above them. Zeddy Esports also looking at this. I think Pirates recognize that they've got to leave here.
And that's where it becomes interesting as well. It's not as simple for Aurora of just finding that 1 point, because if they found 1 point and died, a team like Pirates, if they found 7, suddenly both teams then would be on a tiebreaker. So Pirates are not that far away. 7th place, 39 points. They have been fantastic in this series. But I think you are quite right. You're going to be kicking yourselves later if you don't qualify, if you don't stay alive, saying, could we have just done a little bit more on day 1 and 2?
So difficult to predict how teams are going to play in this kind of a lobby as well, with desperation becoming a factor. Zipline Mafia are going to lose excuse here. Dog Red will find 1 KP. As we look at how For Fun were eliminated a little bit earlier in this game. Now, like you mentioned, it means they won't make match point finals. They were very close to doing so, but they are still alive. Now, Nate has taken damage. Zidane, he's broken as well, and Nate is down.
Zidane unable to connect with any of those longbow shots as well, so it has to be turning into a retreat. Had he hit a couple, maybe got a knock, you can potentially engage. They do have Skyward Dive available, so they have got their get out of jail free card, of course. And they need to start planning how they get Nate back on his feet to try and find those points they so desperately need to get into that survival stage.
Just looking at crafting opportunities for them. Sito has one, the Mill has one as well, so there are places that they can plan their rotation to get Nate back into the game, but the fact that they're still on white armor is somewhat of a concern. Although this Evo Harvester might help them change that. Over to Dog Red then. Back to the Mill, where it seems like a lot of action has taken place. Zipline Mafia are waiting for them.
Still not impossible for Dog Red to get out of these elimination spots as well. They are very much a focus, especially if they can find some KP on their route. I also do want to touch on the fact that Aurora are playing a more defensive lineup in their composition as well. Catalyst comes into the fray. They will be able to hit ring consoles. They can assess that situation and play for zone, and I think that's kind of what they're doing. At the moment, they're on the northwest side of the map. As Zipline Mafia will have to move here. The question is, do they engage with Dog Red, who were down to their south?
Looks like Dog Red are heading towards Sito Station, so both teams should be pretty safe. Over to where the zone is more likely going to be ending, though, and you've got E36 and Zeta Division sharing a couple of these eggshells. So standoff between the two. And Yuka is not moving.
Yuko unfortunately losing that 1v1 in the previous game as well. It's not often you see it happen. There's a lot of
some rats
ambushing happening at the moment.
We got some.
Would be onto DCG if they can catch them.
DCG, some cheese under this box. Come and get it. Come on. Do they know? They're
do
gonna know now. Kickstarter drone goes in. Roy might be the unfortunate one who really does get hurt here. The rat play works perfectly. And those shots with a native from Jelly are pretty good as well.
This could be so detrimental for DCG as well. They are only just outside of those elimination spots, may I add. They do get one on the board though. And the Nexus will be opened. An escape route has been found. And survival is a must here for DCG. Even if they just put a couple of placement points on the board in this game, they just want to stay out of reach of those that are chasing like Aurora and Pirates.
AG Global just been eliminated in the meantime. Their job is done though. They were pretty secure in match point finals. So the heavy lifting has been done. They'll be able to watch all of the teams sweat it out in the survival stage tomorrow. Look at Jelly. Look at Jelly. Oh. Jelly's chasing them down. Jelly's chasing them down. And DCG will fall.
Oh no, we are
the
in
Pirates.
trouble. We are in trouble. A lot of our elimination teams and those who are closer on the struggle bus right now. Zipline Mafia will take down 2. Zidane knows that their tournament lives are quite literally on his shoulders right now.
He's got Valkyrie.
Thankfully, he is Valkyrie.
Oh, it's only blue. He's going to go up nice and slowly. He's spinning. He's holding his breath. And the zone is also chipping away. Zidane, with the hopes of France on his shoulders, threads the needle. But on the other side of this choke, S8UL are there. But do they know?
I think so. I think they saw the Valkyrie ult coming in. We'll check back in a little bit later as TIE now having a fight with Dog Red. Of course, another one of our teams in those elimination spots. It's a must-win fight for Dog Red, and they've got the opener.
Uma Chandler is down. F-Chan, he's going to follow him by the looks of things. Oh, one bullet, that'll do it. Get that reload, and yes, TIE are eliminated, and Dog Red get the points.
Are we going to see a late Dog Red resurgence here?
Zidane. Just looking at the backpack here, trying to see if what meds he's got available. He does have an ult cell. But is he going to get to use it here? He's getting chipped away at again. It's Zipline Mafia once more who are in behind him. If he can survive just on this low ground, SAUL actually might help him out of this situation, looking back at Zipline Mafia. But his heart must be in his mouth right now.
SAUL are going to hear the little tippy taps below them from the Valkyrie of Zidane, but you are completely right. Zipline Mafia, they will probably distract SAUL from Zidane, who somehow, some way, scarpers through and survives.
There's no crafter though. He's going to have to like counter-rotate essentially to get out of this game. We'll take a look back on the rat play that we saw a few moments ago. Zidane's being hunted once again, but he's going to be pretty comfortable with this situation now because it's happened for the majority of the game. He's still alive here, Zidane. Oh, that med kit's going to be big. Means he can spend a little bit more time in zone here. There's an evac, there's a Moby. There's a Phoenix kit down there as well. 85% on the next Valcolt for him, which will get him back to zone. Oh, this is terrifying. If you're a Tailend Pirates fan.
You're going deep for a crafter.
Don't miss time a med kit at this point.
Can the Pirates survive? That's where the zone's going to be heading. Dinos are pretty much bang center. Liquid have also set up very successfully as well. As Pirates now have found their crafter. It's literally last chance saloon now here for Zidane and the rest of the squad.
It's not a mirage. It's an oasis. They get the banners. They get the res. And Zidane still, by the way, has Valcolt, so he can get them into zone. Now, Dog Red continuing their reign of terror here. It's Duplex who gets caught off guard.
Dog Red on the chase. They are now 3 points away from the cutoff. as both Dog Red and Pirates are hunting. But they still cannot afford to go down. They are not quite there yet, but now here is Eddie. They've got the opening knock, but it's a 2v2 now.
He's down to 1 HP. He's going to be down. Last player alive is inside of that building. Kickstart drone is going to be chasing. And Jelly has a chance to clutch. Jelly in a 1v1. Killer Post has to be careful. Jumps back with a tap stream. Zeddy Esports, get out of there.
Now you need to stay alive. As Dog Red are trying their best to stay in this tournament, but now Zipline Mafia here to try and ruin their day. As Dog Red will fall just 1 point short of that cutoff. As SAUL also go down. Vision on top yet again here. And that means Dog Red's tournament is done. Another team guaranteed to be out and another key that will be crushed.
GG versus Zipline Mafia, and it's looking all one-way traffic. Kazak is the last player alive. Still 3 up for GG on the edge of zone here. So where do they go from here, GG? Trying to work their way through this choke down towards zone. They actually don't realize it, but the buildings are actually free for them to slide down, and that's kind of synonymous and symptomatic of the fact that the game has been played at such a fast pace. Lots of fights on edge, lots of teams desperate for points. It means there's space in zone, 11 squads remaining.
Setting up shop or setting up ship. The Pirates are still alive. 6 points away from that cutoff. Can they do the unthinkable here in Paris?
Well, Nate's taking damage here.
JDG are above them.
JDG are pushing, floating goes down. Noi's going to be swinning. Shubi is behind them, kind of needs to do damage. They're down, and the Pirates are down. The ship will sink.
Zipline Mafia, JD Gaming will also go down off the back of it. But do you know who this benefits? Aurora, who have been quietly going about their business. They have quietly snuck their way into a safe and surviving spot right now. And it can only be taken away from them by Trinity, who actually, with them being eliminated, it doesn't matter anymore. Aurora at 69 points will be safe and surviving in this tournament.
Somehow Aurora have pulled it out of the bag in the last 2 games in our group stages. They will continue in this tournament and have a chance to make it tomorrow through to the match point finals. Boy, it's a bit shaky though. Anyway, back to the game. Now it's about placements. Now it's about who makes match point finals. Now it's about POI draft positioning and finishing strong. Zeta Division on your screen right now. Bang center, and you've got a Kraber, and I am down to watch it.
And realistically, the only team with outside chance of making match point finals here in this lobby is Dinos. They would need a win though. And from their position, it is definitely achievable. As GG, even though it's not been the best of series for them, it's still been a well-performing series. They find themselves in 5th in the overalls, and again, they are chasing that top leading pack for a better POI position in their draft.
30 seconds left on this zone. It's going to be Dinos on the outside. Team Vision just been eliminated. Last player alive was Lota. He's going to be taken down. Aurora now looking to take this fight. And all of a sudden, it looks like the vibes have just started to pick up. Iyaka is down. Team Liquid continuing to do what they've done so well so far in this tournament, which is win fights, which is play close, and Sykes will close out another clean Team Liquid fight. They are looking almost inevitable at this point.
As Aurora go down, PXX also out. Aurora, I'm sure, will be checking those points to see that they are safe. They played the intelligent game. They played it smart. They allowed all the teams below them to get eliminated first. As now E36, they've done enough as well to be in this survival stage, but can they ruin the day for anyone else? Dinos, remember, our next key focus here in this final circle.
And Dinos only a solo. So it's looking like the odds are not good for poor old Dinos here.
And then suddenly our attention turns to actually who's going to win this series in particular. Team Liquid 8 points shy of Vision, just to take some confidence into the match point finals, because they're already there. They're already secure to be playing on Saturday. And you've already said, Mark, you get a nice rest tomorrow where you can watch the survival stage go down. But I think for a team like Team Liquid and an IGL like Zero, you want to see them getting that confidence by finding even more wins.
Well, GG again pushed right now. Yuka with the Kraber. Pings away at the head of Sykes. Zero says, I need to get back through this Nexus now, but Yuka is applying pressure. 2 shots, 2 connections. Team Liquid now know that Yuka has the Kraber.
And Zeta Division really have been so impressive since day one here. They came in as that #1 seed from APAC North, and they have not disappointed.
Oh,
that's a freebie.
Lufka comes out of the death box and back into the grave immediately.
Although with the attention elsewhere, it's allowed a couple of teams to start to move a little bit closer. One of those being Gaming Gladiators, or at least what remains of Gaming Gladiators anyway. Dino's still alive, by the way, even if it's a solo.
Oh! E36. Dinos will be eliminated. E36 taking a lot of damage as well. The Gen's gonna eat that nade up as Yuka tries to take that out of play. GG are eliminated. 3 squads now remain. Sykes is still down. And with T squads remaining, this is going to be the Yuka show by the looks of things. Panic and Zero try to portal behind them, but Mike is there watching his teammates back. Back to back was the story for Zeta, and a win to close out the group stage is their conclusion. They'll be the final winners here in match number 6 as the group stage comes to a close.
And not just winning the game, but winning the series here in A versus D. And pushing themselves that one step further in that POI draft in the overalls. What a set of games we just witnessed. And whilst we have, of course, the incredible elation on one side, it's the disappointing and unfortunate sadness of being eliminated on the other. A valiant effort from Pirates. And of course, the French fans disappointed and upset as they watch the team they came here to see fall at the first stage, but boy did they make it close on set.
I asked you a question in game number 5. Have Aurora left it too late? We now have our answer. In the 2 games, they had to find something where they had to reset in that game 5. They get enough points to survive here. Aurora will be joining us tomorrow in the survival stage. The big dogs are still barking.
It is worth noting as well, with Aurora bumping up into survival stage, they did sadly bump a team down. Kirasami Havoc also eliminated from the competition. And we'll give you all of the confirmed teams that have been eliminated, qualify for match point finals, and of course into the survival stage shortly. But what a final game it was, and it was for some teams just about survival on set. It was about steering away from fights, and there were some very brave engagements that were taken by other squads as well. But sadly, when you get into that match 6 and you need a 6 or 7 pointer, there's always going to be that one big team that is on a heater that is there to take you down.
A lot of fast-paced action in that final game, and the fact that we just finished the group stage down, and it almost feels like a finals day with the amount of energy that was in the room, but also the amount of pressure that was on the team's shoulders. The fact that we have this elimination in the format is something that I personally, I know you do, absolutely love. It just gives us that jeopardy. And although it means some people will go home disappointed, it gives us so much to pay attention for in the big moments. For Fun Esports, you can see on your screen, their dreams of making match point finals just slipped away in that final game, but they still will be with us in the survival stage tomorrow. They will fight for a place in that match point finals. But man, that was a fun day of action.
And they will have a top 6 seed going into that survival stage as well. And remember, 6 teams qualify from said survival stage. So job 1 is done, and at least you're in the top 6 in the POI draft. But can you carry that through into actually gaining the points to send you to Saturday into match point finals? And it's crazy really to look at the tiebreaker in the end that separated Unlimit and Virtus Pro for a spot in match point finals.
Well, that's going to do it all from us on the commentary desk. It's been a very, very fun day of action, but I'm going to be honest with you, Dan, I'm not quite sure where we're going, but I'm going to send it there anyway. So whoever's on the end of this, catch.
Well. I'm pretty sure everyone was holding their breath throughout that entire Game 6. It was pretty spicy. I've got Synap joining me here from Enterforce 36. Synap, I've got to say, you guys were towing the elimination line more or less all day today. I just want to get from your point of view how stressful today was for you and your team.
일단 서바이벌 스테이지 진출 축하드리고요, 신입 선수. 정말 스트레스가 정말 많이 받는 날이었을 것 같은데 계속해서 생존을 위해서 쭉 뛰어셔야 됐잖아요. 그래서 그동안 좀 계속해서 생존을 경쟁하셔야 됐던 그 좀 경험이 어땠는지 좀 들려주시죠.
일단 매우 스트레스 받을 만했던 것 같고 저희가 근데 보트캠프를 못해서 스크림을 일주일 안 하고 해가지고 그냥 받아들이고 스크림 현지에서 3일 했다 생각하고 아마 결승 떨어진 적이 한 번밖에 없어가지고 무조건 올라갈 것 같아요 내일.
Yeah, it would be a lie if I was not stressful at all. But that being said, we didn't have any like prepared scrims in advance, so I was just gonna think that like, well, it was just gonna have like another 3 day of scrims. Well, yeah, we're gonna just think we had just another 3 day of scrims, and we're gonna just keep it going. And we never actually, we only had once that we never made it to match point finals. So yeah, we're definitely gonna make it through.
I like it. I like the confidence. And to be honest with you, you guys have the experience on your back as well. You've teamed up with Juzna. You placed third in Champs. Then Obli joined the team. He's got LAN experience. He's a previous LAN winner as well. So I'm curious to know what kind of issues were you coming into over the past few days? Typically you score, let's face it, higher on the leaderboard. So was it just teething issues of merging like a new player into your team since Champs?
사실 챔피언십 때 주스나 선수와 함께 또 3등을 하셨고 또 오블리 선수라는 어떻게 보면 좀 대회 우승자와도 함께 하셨는데 근데 또 오블리 선수가 새로 또 합류하게 되시면서 사실 좀 팀 합에 혹시나 좀 문제가 있으시지 않으셨는지 좀 팀 합이 조금 삐걱거렸다든가 그래서 좀 오늘 이번 조별리그 경기가 좀 어려웠다고 생각하시는지.
정현이 형은 뭐 계속 잘하던 선수라 뭐 팀합이 안 맞았던 그런 건 없는 것 같고 아마 좀 감을 잃었던 것 같습니다. 좀 게임 진행하는 부분에서 좀 그렇고 네, 감 잃어가지고 감 잡는데 초점 두고 다음 거 준비 잘 해야죠.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fantastic player, so I don't think like he's really, bad, honestly. But that being said, I think he might have lost the edge a little bit. So I think we have to mend that. And if he fixed his issues, then I think, yeah, he's still a fantastic player and he can still perform really well.
You're heading into the survival stage tomorrow, probably something you're not too familiar with as you typically going into the match point finals straight away. But having said that, what needs to change so that you can make it out? Because let's face it, only 6 teams are going to make it out alive from the survival stage.
사실 서바이버 스테이지에 이렇게 가게 되시는 게 사실 익숙치는 않으시는 경험일 텐데 그래도 확실히 더 좀 경쟁이 빡세지잖아요. 예, 경쟁이 힘들어지기 때문에 그 6팀 안에 들어가기 위해서는 좀 어떤 변화가 좀 필요하다고 생각하시는지.
그냥 제가 좀 감 더 찾고 잘하면은 올라갈 수 있을 거라고 생각하기 때문에 저만 잘하면 될 것 같습니다 아마. 예.
Well, I think it depends on my performance, so I'll just do better. Yeah, that's all.
We'll just have to wait and see. Synap, thank you for joining me in this interview. Some great insight, and we look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow in the survival stage. Can they survive? Only 6 will make it out. But for now, don't go anywhere because we got Rain Day with Naughty on the other side of this stage.
That's right. Thank you, Barney and Synap over there. It was a great interview, and now I'm hoping to one-up you here because we got JD Gaming's Naughty. Paris, in Paris, man, you got to give me something special. And I got to say, going back to a moment I want to know your thoughts on internally, walking onto the stage today, knowing where you guys sat in the standings, knowing you had to perform, what was going through your mind?
I'm going to be completely honest. I was not worried at all, at all, just because today we're double rotate, which is what, that's our standard JDG, NA Pro League, kind of vibe. And I'm just a lot more confident with rotating, and how to what plays to call, when to do it, who's where, who, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like a more flowy, smooth state. And I knew we were going to drop a great, or have a great day. I thought it would have been better. We had a couple zeros, believe it or not, and we still, I don't know how many points we had. I mean, we had 2 zeros, which is pretty crazy.
That's an amazing showcase. That last play, too, there was a team, Pirates, who was actually not able to make it into the next stage because you guys pushed them. Was there any particular thought on that final play, or are you just trying to vie for the best position?
I don't think it was the best play, but we just wanted to have a big game because we saw our total points, and we wanted to get X amount of points to actually get that top 14 mark. Take those big risks because those big risks could turn into a massive game, which could that last game comeback kind of vibe. So yeah, we weren't successful with the play, and it was definitely pretty inty. But it happens. It's Apex.
It's Apex. It happens, and that's the beauty of our esport. The beauty, though, of your journey, man, is you've kind of leaned into this IGL role. It's been this first real split commanding the troops, and also you've had moments of feeling doubt, but also moments like now where you get to say, whew, we did it. What is it going through your head now of the new aspect of kind of leaning into that responsibility for your team and what you need to do heading into these next 2 days?
I take a lot of my qualities as an IGL from a lot of current great IGLs, just from my experience. And I know that as an IGL, you are not allowed to be nervous when you're on the back foot at all. You have to call your heart out. You have to make sure your teammates are, confident. You have to have the vibes up, tones up. You got to keep it even better than before almost, if it wasn't going well, which obviously wasn't for us. So yeah, I just wanted to be sure I was there for my team today. And I think we all 3 were there for each other. So
I mean, we've seen you and Shuby, but talk to me a little bit about floating. He is a guy that has come in and kind of taken the world by storm. The ALGS Open was the first time we saw this guy. Then we've seen him in Pro League. He's done it again. Now we've seen him at LAN. He's been able to do it. Talk about this young talent on your team.
He is one of the best players in the game right now. He's brand new. Like I said, someone before, I think he is the highest starting point out of any player that has started competing in Pro League, just off the bat. So he has a ceiling that is not even close to being reached yet. Not even close. So a lot of high hopes for him. He's a great fucking kid, and I think we're going to have a big comeback land here. So
finishing off in Paris, obviously, Orleans has a little bit of a French vibe. That's where Vegas is going to be. Your family's not here now, but you said you were going to try to get him to Vegas. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, it is. I actually talked with my mom yesterday because she was giving me a little hype up going into today. And yeah, I said, Vegas, a few months away, maybe even a couple. I don't even know. Yeah. Something like that. So yeah, she might show up. That'd be nice.
I love it, man. Well, it's great to talk to you. Congratulations on making it. I know that was a big run for you guys. And of course, JD Gaming going to be representing in tomorrow's bracket, surviving, hopefully making it to Match Point Finals. That's Naughty. Let's send it back over to the studio.
All the questions we have for JD Gaming, for Alliance at the beginning of the day, NIP, and at the end here, Aurora also answered the call, Snipe.
Yeah, I think honestly, I'm happy to see that all these teams, E36 is well in here, and all these teams that we have hyped up in the past, this is the biggest tournament of the year. We have a new champion to be crowned, and we all want the best competition to make it to the grand finals. So to see all these teams that were really low today step it up when it matters most is awesome to see, because I think they deserve to be there, and they earned that position with where they're at. We heard Naughty talk about it, the confidence. You have to be confident as an IGL, and it's really impressive to see all these teams that were at the bottom do have the significant push. No absolute hero stories. None of them made it to that top 14, but there were some very, very good games that I'm sure is going to motivate these guys going forward.
I mean, we saw it from all the teams, like you said. Enter 436, Zeta, Aurora. I mean, they made it, but it was very scary for sure. But once again, these teams prove themselves why they're actually capable of making it this deep. It's because they have that experience to bounce back when things have gone against their wall. But I will definitely say, though, for JDG, for sure, they have played phenomenally, and they've always had it in them. The only question I had was, he said, oh, this is exactly what we played in Pro League, double rotate, this is how we do it. I'm like, so why didn't we do it from the start?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this leaderboard is making it a bit emotional, guys.
Yes.
Because, there was just been some, these teams coming out, some we haven't really touched on, for fun. Esports, for example. I mean, we were sort of having, I was having my jokes about booty with Pirates and stuff, but look at them now. JD Gaming, of course, and getting to see, Naughty and just that smile on the face and talking so well about floating, because we do know that, generally floating is just an insane player. So even just the emotion behind this sort of, swap around in the storylines is just absolutely incredible.
I mean, that's kind of the thing, though. As much as we are building up all of the stories, some of the stories also get sent back home. And I'm looking to make sure exactly who it is we're pinpointing that is in that bottom 6 for the moment later on. It's definitely heartbreaking for those people because you have been working hard entirely to make it here, and then only to fall short for whatever shortcomings you might have had. But we've seen glimpses of lights of most of the teams. I would say majority of the team has definitely made a comeback to where they have been. Okay, we're throwing everything against the wall. You even heard it from Naughty himself. He's like, hey, we needed a big game, and that's the desperation creeping in. Really, it's like go big or go home. It didn't end up working to that extent that he wanted. He wanted to push himself all the way to 14. Might be a little bit hard, but still, the fact that you're taking that chance is the only, like, if you never take the chance, it will never happen. At least you gotta throw a haymaker every now and then and something will hit. Aim for the stars, you know? Or what did you say? Aim for the hit for the something? Like, you aim really far and, it goes a little bit further than aiming short.
Tomorrow is gonna be aim for those top 6, but let's see.
Aim for the
let's see what that overall is currently looking like. Who's gonna be going directly to the match point finals?
I mean, yeah.
And as you can see right there, I mean, this is kind of expected. Seta Division actually did so well. And they also got the win that you promised me, Graceful.
I promised a win, and do you know how I noticed? I was playing solo queue ranked before we flew out here, and I played with Satuki actually, and he was popping off. I even streamed it, so yes, Yena. And then he was popping off, and I said it to him as well. I don't really speak Japanese, but I said it to him as well. Satuki Tsuyosugi, he's way too strong because he was just 1v3ing absolutely everybody, and I'm happy that he managed to find his form, and they all find it from. We even saw Yuka's Kraber shots as well. It was amazing, and I hope they can keep this up.
I just loving seeing this leaderboard too. Okay, I'm going to talk about the SAUL. I've been harping on about it, but like I get a little worried. Just this is my time to shine, Grace. I've been harping on about this team, and we moved from like Pro League and talking about their consistency and how well they plays and the percentages, but they keep doing it even in that last couple of matches. Obviously we were keeping an eye on those teams that would be falling in that bottom bracket, but SAUL, I can't believe that they're in that top 3. Like, this is a proud moment for obviously the team and a lot of the Apex South, because we have been waiting for this moment for them to show that they can be in that top, I was even going to say top 10, but that top 3, baby. Like, that is an exceptional feat. Even like Team Liquid too, they were looking a bit rough at the start, but then to finalize with that 182 points, like, god freaking damn.
Honestly, the consistency of a lot of these teams, and there you go. A Limit does end up making it to the match point finals too. Virtus Pro, they ended up in a tie. I don't remember what the tiebreaker is, but for Virtus Pro, they're gonna now have to worry about survival stage tomorrow. Wolves Esports, Team RQ, I mean, we saw NIP being able to do their thing earlier today too, but for Team RQ, you have had so many doubts. What can they do different coming into tomorrow? Because tomorrow is going to be those top 6. That's the only thing that's going to matter.
Yeah, I mean, what can they do different? Pretty much everything from what they did today. Just maybe go back and watch that day one and feel in positive reassurance of what we did right. Quit focusing so much on what we did wrong. Go back and focus on what we did right. That's one of my favorite things to do, because it puts a lot of the pressure off of, hey, you did this wrong, you did this wrong, you did this wrong. So players don't overthink. You go back and say and build the habits of, this worked for us, let's try and replicate it. Yeah. And I think one of the bigger storylines going into tomorrow is how many dominant teams are in this elimination bracket, with only 6 able to make that grand finals lobby. And then you look at the storylines like the Falcons, for example, that we're used to seeing top these group stages. It's them and the alliances that top the group stages. Falcons is not in the elimination, I want to make that clear. But for example, they're struggling. I mean, genuinely, for a team of that caliber, they are struggling. So it'll be interesting to see if they can clutch it out. And it's just been fun to follow along, because Zeta was in 7th place. We brought them up, but they might have the most wins, or up there with Elite for the most wins of teams at this tournament. And that's what it comes down to for winning the grand final. So many different storylines happening all around us at the same time. And I think tomorrow is going to be nothing short of spectacular. And I guarantee we're probably going to have maybe more tiebreaker heartbreaks or photo finishes going into it as well.
I mean, I was talking to Ken with the interview as well. I'm very, very sad for him, because we talked about it. Where do you think the cutoff is going to be? He said we're on 67. The cutoff is 67, and that's absolutely heartbreaking. Like and this is really, like, yes, he said as well, we had really slow starts. We played really average. Literally, I think his word for this tournament, if he could just sum it up in one word, would be average, and that's where the cutoff ended up being. And that's the most heartbreaking part, because It's no longer in your hands. He was sitting there feeling a little bit comfortable because he's like, oh, maybe it's 60 to 65. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. Okay, we'll see. And then as you're seeing that, as team after team gets eliminated in each match, he thought, okay, Aurora is gonna go out. They somehow climb up above them, push them down, and they just go right out there. It's tough as a competitor to see because, you know, I've been there as well. I didn't qual through a LAN when I think he played in London by 1 point at some point. So it's rough, man.
And a heartbreak too for TLN Pirates. I mean, the best day, Lace.
Had a good
Had
day.
to be on the last day, but the first 2 days it just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, like we were saying, you know, you can only have kind of one bad day, and I guess, you know, 2 bad days and 1 good day. Just the math ain't mathin'. But yeah, I thought that score would have been a little bit different. I mean, not being right on the bottom there, but yeah, I had a little bit more hope. But yeah, like we said, that cutoff was 67. But yeah, they played their hearts out. I'm super incredibly proud of that. I guess I also wanted to sort of touch on like those teams that we had from the previous lobbies as well, like Gen G. I still can't believe that they just made it in with a performance that they had in from that sense. So, you know, it was tooth and nail for pretty much everything there. But yeah, I'm not sad about Pirates.
Yeah,
I can't make no more booty jokes. Why am I even here?
We'll have to wait until next year. But I think for some of the other teams that were able to show up was Enterforce. I mean, that squad performed when they needed to perform.
I mean, this is also a team that has performed in the past, has held the trophy even for a point for one of the playoffs. And, you know, they're more than capable of making it happen. And it just really, really goes to show that all of these teams that have had some form of past success and has mature players, even Naughty, and we heard it from other people in the interviews as well, you just need that one mature person to help guide the way forward. And that's all they needed. They managed to pull through. And I think this is also why the case, as you heard it in the interview where he said, yeah, you know, once we make it past here, we're going to go finals. And that's just really the confidence, but also experience behind you that showcases like we can make it as long as we get through this one little tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think I just want to take a second to appreciate the change in the format because I love having more at stake when it comes to these group stages. I really enjoyed the elimination side where, you know, the teams that really underperform don't just get the free ride into the losers bracket where they could just have griefed every team in these obviously, oh, we're out, whatever, it doesn't matter. We're just going to go to the losers bracket anyway and get top 10. And I really think that the teams that do the best deserve to be rewarded to make it into the grand finals because of how consistent they were, and consistency is key, especially for battle royales in Apex Legends.
Boy, do we see that too.
Now, only 6 teams making it to the grand finals out of this next elimination lobby is something that, you know, we don't see. 10 games as well, which is going to be even more epic to track that along because we've seen it. I mean, we watched teams drop 33 points in one game, so it all comes down to that 10th game. You never know who could leapfrog who. We watched Aurora, you know, struggle and then have one really good game. They got the third. It jumped them up when everyone was kind of starting to count them out. And I love the extra added stakes at this big event at EWC.
I mean, yeah, huge shout out to EWC for hosting this. It's been phenomenal. The fact that the stakes throughout the whole thing makes everything, you know, butt clenching, and I love it. It's just so much more fun with the stakes on the thingy, stakes on the line. And the coolest part about 10 maps that we normally don't have, by the way, like in the rest of the year, is that you're actually, I looked at the map real quick, and I think it's actually 3, 2, 2, 3 is what it was for the maps. So some teams might even find some momentum only for it to instantly swap. If you find momentum on only the second part, well, now you're struggling immediately on the next map. Like, it ups the stakes in so many ways. Never mind the fact that we're banning out more legends, seeing how far we go on that route. Really? Now we get to see people really pull out the crazy. Are we gonna see Revtain come out again? Are we seeing Mirage come out again?
Now.
Like, this is the things that we don't normally see, because after 6 games it's over. You don't really need to deepen your legend pool. Now that you bring this to 10 games, the pressure gets added on. You need to think about what comp you're actually playing, and it's just so much fun.
Yo, I just forgot it. Legend bans over 10 games. It's gonna be crazy.
It's
this
so
is
fun.
Bring out the octane. Don't do it, please. But yeah, no, that's a great thing to touch on, because, like, you know, usually we have that 6 split series match, but guys, at home it's 10 games in a row. And so we're going to see the most craziest comps ever. Like, we're going to bust out some. Okay, one of the lowest picked characters right? So that's probably like Octane, Lifeline.
I love Octane.
Yeah, I would love to see any of that.
Do you think any of it? I feel like people are pulling out
I miss
Pathfinder, but that's
Bloodhound,
becoming.
man. Just give me some Prowler
I don't think
Bloodhound.
Bloodhound's
I
coming.
want it back.
Yeah. Well, I think if Crypto goes out first, Seer goes out first.
It's pretty much all the controller characters
Where the
usually,
schemes.
and then it'll just end up rotating back once all those are eliminated. So we'll probably end up seeing that. So once
Banned?
Crypto's out, we'll probably end up getting Crypto back in the rotation just to get banned again at some point. That usually ends up happening sometimes.
Well, the beauty is that is going to be happening tomorrow at ALGS at EWC 26. We're done with the group stages. Now it's on to the survival stage. And if you thought today the pressure was on, tomorrow the pressure is going to be even more intense as these teams want to make it in the top 6 to make it to match point finals. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. We'll be all right here. And we can't wait to see which other teams step up and make it to the finals.